Welcome. If you're joining us, 6 months, really appreciate it. Group Dance session 44.
Very good.
Group name.
No.
No name? No name.
They shall never
Undecided.
be named.
Has not decided yet. All right, cool. That's
Been through the desert with a group with no name.
all right.
We just
Not
call
yet,
ourselves
but
the
we'll get there.
Nameless.
I think we tried that before, but
Did we?
Did we?
That would get confusing later.
Probably would.
Okay, so the last session what we did, spent a lot of time with something that was referred to as the time fracture obelisk. A structure that you interacted with here is only a small part of what is embedded deep within the ground. A massive structure is what it is underneath. So if I could put this into a ratio for you, what you just saw was like in terms of this. I'll do the ratio because that's not good. Maybe like a tower or something, right? Like you have a tower that would be hundreds of feet, massive, wide, right, in terms of its width and its length, right? This is like the top of the tower. So that's how much is inside of the actual ground. When we were interacting with this, we were taken about its abilities to be able to change time. I'm not going to go into the mechanics or the specifics of that. Just kind of stating, at least what we did in the last session was we interacted with it. We saw that time was relative to us as chosen, and that what is bound to our mortal soul is called by this, almost like a soul furnace or an engine. And upon the death of you all, this would claim what is tethered to your mortal soul. Now, it does have certain mechanics about it, it would seem. One of which, if you are in proximity to it, it can actually activate in response and bring you back to life through the reversion of time. With Donlin, when you reverted time, it was relative to you. Time is relative to you, to each of you. In fact, in the actual notes, I made it very specific in that you anchor time in a way, in respective of what this thing is doing. So when you went back, you technically went back to a self that you were before, which was further ahead in some aspects. And we did this a little bit, just kind of narratively. It wasn't a whole lot. All the days and months kind of moved by and stuff like that. And I did that because I don't want it to feel like there was any detriment to doing that action, just like there was no detriment to Pip deciding, they wanted to go back or whatever, right? And it's to explore it, to understand it, and to kind of go with it. And one of the things was Kanan, right? And you went with it further than others did, and you saw something that created a revelation that time, reality, something, there is an end to you, to everything, right? Because there was nothing after that. And why I say that you're able to make those kind of conclusions is because what is the object supposed to do? The object is supposed to take and reincarnate. So Kanan didn't actually, that never happened to Kanan in that moment. They were just nothing. They were suspended as if it had nowhere to go anymore. And so that's the notions I'm put into the posting for you guys. And I also put into some history, right? And just keeping it as an unknown time when this happened, right, with the time fracture. And so I want to make sure that is there. Now, there's also features to this that I included. So mechanics actually to be used. So these can be used to heal. They can be used to restore, resurrect, and revert, and kind of go forward in time, right? We know forward and back in time. We know the resurrection a little bit. We don't know the healing, and we don't know the restoration. Okay, those are more of finer things that could be used for the object in order to kind of tap into those. Now that we've explored and we've understood a little bit more about it and enlightened, upon the death of a chosen was a character known as Magello. An old wizard, a very old human. They appeared teleporting into as if they knew exactly where this was and where to go. Now, when they did that, they were caught completely off guard. Not that Kanan, right, in certain ways you perished, but the fact that there was more of you that they were caught off guard. And they immediately consulted a booklet, like a little book, and they were trying to like look through it, right? Now, this Magello, and why I titled the posting Drunk Magello, divulged probably too much information than they should have, considering they're doing something similar that we understand is that they don't want to mess up certain things that might end up happening. They want to continue in some direction and all that. So there are some, there's an actor in the Simple Quest too, so you could read a little bit on that too, which has kind of added some things in as far as the character goes. And more of that is kind of towards their rank, what they said, being a magistrate to the king, right? They talked about certain things about what they're doing, right? And they talked about the prophecy to restore amidst chaos. You're in some sort of alternate protocol that, basically the previous chosen ate it. And now you're the runners up in this timeline. And you can conclude that because it's reincarnation, that whatever happens before the next in line for this timeline that are kind of reincarnated can do anything about the event.
And I'm guessing also the fact that when we contacted Jax's patron, and they said that the timeline was kind of falling apart when we had left, I assume that's because we were the chosen of that timeline and had been taken from it without going through the reincarnation process. So things started to break down real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. That was one part of it. The second part is who are you supposed to save?
Yeah.
Right? So 2 parts to whatever event this is that need to be existing in some way.
Yep.
Jello finally, within the recap, said you're further ahead. And that surprised them, stating that they have interacted potentially, or at least in the simulacrum of the consort of all Magellos. That you're further ahead or on track further more than you should be with where you're at in the story. Any questions on that?
Nope. Just gotta tell this Magello fellow that we got the Spark notes of everything up until now, and we're caught up. We jumped ahead.
Maybe Magello's just behind. He is a
Magello's
little drunk.
is
He may not even know what day of the week it is.
Yeah,
Good old Magello fella.
he's feeling it. All right. So we'll go ahead and we're going to kind of start our session here. I'm going to go ahead and remove. Let's see. I'll keep that there. Yeah,
Hey,
that
Mike.
map is. Yeah, what's up?
What's a Magister's favorite alcohol?
A master's favorite alcohol?
A Magello shot.
A Magello.
Oh my
shot.
God.
Yeah, nice. That's solid.
All right, we're all dead now.
All right, GG. I think we end the session
Roll
early.
up that 20d10 psychic damage.
That should be our group name, the Magello Shots.
The Magello shots. Wow.
Oh, no.
I can't even. I'm seeing artwork for this right now in my brain. A wizard with jello in his hands. I don't know why. That's fucking. Okay. So we'll go ahead and just do theater of mind for now, won't transition anything, and just kind of come to some consensus, I suppose, because we ended with understanding of what we needed to do and kind of working through. You don't have to do in character, I suppose. Just I want to make sure that the intention of this party is to use the change shape kind of thing with the stones, right? And then
Mhm.
use that as a means to travel faster in the direction of the Ivrai to meet with them and then begin to come up with a plan, right, of attack.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and use this just so I can use my spell slot and summon the Pegasus as well. So we have them.
Okay.
Anybody wants to ride them as well.
Okay, so we'll get the Pegasus up, so that adds some extra speed to the travel there. Okay, and then we do know in terms of the companions, we're going to create an army, so to speak, here. That we did relay information to Sylvana and essentially told them of what we intend to do, and they are almost in the kind of waiting, I suppose, for more of a final plan, but they are on board, right? So just simply have to communicate when they need to kind of move out and when they need to do stuff to kind of establish them and where they need to be in the Let's go ahead and create some wind flying. How low are you guys flying in the ground?
5 feet. You're just skimming it.
Yeah, I would assume that we're staying pretty low, so it looks like we're just part of the water.
Okay. And then who exactly is changed in shape?
I think me and Kanan, I think, are, and then the Pegasus.
What are you changing into?
I think I'll just go like giant owl or something, just enough to get someone on me and get some flying.
Yeah, like a giant eagle.
Giant eagle. I'll copy whatever he does. Let's be honest. Pip isn't gonna go too creative. I don't think he
I
understands
would
enough
use
about it.
the eagle stat block, but I would say it's more like a raven.
You'd use
An edge lord.
use what stat block?
The giant eagle.
You just got to have his black feathers because he's a special boy.
Camel.
Well, I mean, he's a worshiper of Thor. I don't understand what's so special. There's a lot of those.
True.
So say we
He
have
would
two in the
never-
party.
And they all shop at Hot Topic.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you go to Spencer's afterwards. Those two are always right across the hall from each other at every mall I've ever been to.
Mhm.
Mall's still a thing.
Yes.
Somewhat.
I only know because every Books A Million that we have down here is at a mall. Now, I am surprised Books A Million still exists since you can just get all your books online too, but
It's a nice place to go.
I like bookstores. If there's any retail store I want to save, I'm down to save bookstores.
And game stores. Like board game type stores, not like video game stores.
hobby stores, yeah.
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 So game stores don't exist anymore. They're all GameStop, and screw that place.
Yeah, I bought stock when that thing was a thing, okay?
How much money you make?
You
I think we only made a couple hundred because we came in at the end.
Better than zero.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to start off session today. Everyone make a perception check.
Fun.
Oh, and
I have not been chosen.
you're not chosen because I removed you from the thing. That's so funny. All right.
That's fine. I can roll one manually when I get this overlay off.
That makes sense.
You can add me back too. And if it's going to be a problem for that, then just go ahead and add me back.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. For now, I suppose.
Plus 13, and I roll a 2 for the first roll of the night. That's awesome.
Okay.
I got you.
Yeah.
So, Kanan, you transform using the stone's power, changing your shape into a giant eagle. Pip, you follow suit, changing as well into a giant eagle. You're going to maintain feature-wise. You'll notice in the actor tab, I went ahead and I'm going to keep those actually, those change shapes, if they become something that you're going to use quite often. I'll probably end up just putting them in the summons tab. I might remove ownership so you can't see them. But the reason why is there's actually no automation that I have found that's able to replicate a change shape because it is a monster feature. It rarely ever happens in player characters. So the only thing I manually have to adjust is your health. Everything else I can do. I can put your features, keep spells, right? Keep your mental attributes, take the physical, that kind of thing. So you both change shape into the giant eagles. Then we begin to, climb on. I randomly assigned at that point, just kind of getting on to the various mounts that we have, Toe and the 2 eagles. You're able to get on to them. Then you begin to take flight, going probably about maybe 15, 20 feet in the air. You don't want to be too low. You cut into the grass. So you're kind of aiming in certain ways over the terrain as you're beginning to fly and move. And the fog is right thick. And after a time, as you're flying in a western direction, you might be pitching slightly south if you're aiming to get away from whatever could fire volleys at you or fire arrows at you, considering the Trillia Rangers most likely are going to be kind of moving away, right? And we understand that with the time, as the time has changed, right? And going through, let me get my notes out, make sure I understand. Yeah. So day-wise, we're going to be getting into night here, right? So when they're at night, the Rangers are invisible. And we don't want to really run into them. So the perception check that we're rolling for is movements. And we're looking through the grass and we're scanning and we're trying to keep away as best as we can and to the edge. Those with perception checks, as you stare off into the distance, you're pretty sure that on the north side, you're able to see something through the fog that is massive flying in the air. It's unclear if it's moving towards you, but what's evident is that it is kind of coming from a north to south trajectory, and you're going to the west, and you're almost flying, and you kind of look, and then you're sure after several moments, it passes by. And the movement of wings that you could hear from the beast as it flew, flapping as it crashes down, able to push the grass and the movement of the ground into itself as it's pushing through. I assume you might be able to figure out what it is that you were able to barely see and then hear, and then you keep your attention towards the ground so you don't run into those Rangers. Most likely it already fell back, got back to their position since you rested, you took your time in the cavern, and you continue moving across the Farron River in the direction of the Ivrai Lake. At your speeds, you're moving significant amount of miles. You are changed shape, so you do have, this is still strenuous to your forms, right? You're still undertaking that level of capacity. And right before we get into the direction of the fort, there is going to be a darkness that is going to befall. You're actually going to reach here as advance the time here. Make sure to set this. There we go. There. Where the sun is changing. It's a slow process. And so you can imagine it's going to be several more hours before the sun actually sets. But you're going to be reaching the fort here. We're going to go and activate the scene in that transition period where they are kind of going from that day and going to the night. No lights, no fires, nothing has been lit from the actual fort here. They simply are upon the wall. They're looking over their kind of platforms here, the ramparts that lead up. There's some in the towers, right? So they're kind of looking around, they're eyeing. And as you clear the fog, they are going to pull their bows at you and have them drawn back as if they're anticipating. And then they're able to kind of see you before they fire. And they begin to pull the bowstring, let go of it, right? Pull the arrow out, put it back into the quiver. Freedom of your tokens.
I'm along for the ride, so
I'm mounted to the thing, but I can't move the griffin. I probably don't have ownership of it. So thank you.
Yeah, I assume we're gonna switch back once we get into town.
Yeah.
Or just perch on the tower
Yeah.
and just call at them.
Up to you. So the village has not changed. This is the Ivrai. You know them. You spent some time with them very briefly. And they are going about their business. They did not send the arrows because they recognize those riding. And seeing a giant eagle that does not look undead also stands out as something that they would not fire upon. They noted they are those who help Fae find sanctuary and find peace. Most common for Fae, creatures that are able to change shape, wild shape, creatures that look like animals, plants, that kind of thing. So they are not simply going to fire arrows down at anything that clears the fog in pursuance of the fort. They will watch, be mindful. And as you clear over the wall, you'll hear one from the top between the towers yell down, "There! They're back!" And see Theron coming out of the meeting hall. And begin to make way over. I'm going to go ahead and revert you guys, all of you down here. And then I will unmount you. Total experience. Now, as far as changing shape, go ahead and give me 1 second. Bring you guys back.
I'm gonna have Poe kind of sitting at the gate. That way he doesn't go in the town. It's kind of crowded.
Okay.
I don't know if we can hold him up here. If not, I can put him on the down here.
The tower is able to hold them. This is a Mont Bailey style fort, right? So it's made out of wood. Mont Bailey style generally is made out of wood. It kind of sits higher up, perch. The walls are kind of down. So everything's like high to down in terms of style. The towers are made out of core timber that they've harvested. They've been able to work joints into the wood. So similar to a log house, right, or a log cabin. So it's very sturdy. They're able to stand, and they have to be. There is a lot of erosion, the lake, right, and muddy, that kind of thing. So you imagine these core, and the actual kind of foundation of this tower is going well into the ground itself. So you might be perching onto that that roof there, and as it is, it's simply just a covering, like a canopy that sits over the opening of a half-wall tower. There's no arrow slits or anything into these. They're really just stairs that are leading down and then up to a platform that's there so they can send arrows. And they do have slight openings in the half wall that goes along the actual wall where the gate currently resides.
Yeah, so he'll just kind of keep watch over there out of the way.
Okay. Theron opens the hands. Welcome back. It looks like you all survived.
Yep, we did.
Wonderful. Garen has yet to make it back, as well as the rest of the Rangers. It's not uncommon. Most likely are camping out a few miles south of here, in the wood line, in case the dragon is watching.
I want to say we actually caught either of it on the flying all the way back. It is what I think it was.
Spotted the dragon.
Not through the fog, but we heard it. Wings landed somewhere. Let's see. He would try to do like the mental math, how fast we were flying relative to the ground, and try to estimate like how far back it was.
Oh, make an intelligence check.
He'll try, but
Guidance.
guidance. Oh, he said it before I rolled.
Yep.
As long as you say it before you roll, I take.
Only an 11, so probably not great.
It's not difficult to, I would say, from the beat of its wings. You then go through your knowledge of dragons and how quickly they can move. And lumbering as Grugash might be, they're significant when they pull and push their wings. You can imagine they're heading in the direction of Trillia's hut at that location.
Let's see. They headed probably back towards Trillian's hut, the way that we were coming from. Oh, by the way, hi ho, the witch is dead. So,
Yeah, not a very
Yeah, I got a
powerful.
necklace.
Her sister was stronger.
wow, it was kind of disconcerting. It seemed like she kind of gave herself up willingly, in a sense. Didn't put up nearly as much of a fight. I think they might have been just as strong, but kind of resigned themselves.
Bulgarian will be happy to know the dragon has flown south. So their travels due north into the lake will be uneventful. Have you seen any undead?
We had a
That
little bit of
side.
an excursion. Oh, sorry.
On that side or this side of the river?
That side.
Opposite side.
Trolls are getting further south of the Satoric Wall. Does not surprise me. They pose a challenge to you.
No, just a big tree.
Or say we handled some, but if there were any more numbers, it might be a problem.
It was fine.
We have feared the treants that have been turned. They would make quick work of this fort, but would not survive their siege. But alas, their lumbering movements and perhaps their usefulness keeps them still to work. Rarely do my rangers encounter them, and when we do, we flee. But we're on that side of the river.
Sylvana has been working, supposedly. Remedy some of the ones over by the. So there should be less in the future.
There's at least one less. At least.
Yes, that there is.
Wonderful. As much as I don't like the loss of life, especially a tree and a shepherd in the forest, sometimes casualties of war are necessary for the greater whole.
Well, I suspect she's actually curing them, killing them.
Yeah.
Well, you referring to the one that we had to put down.
Did we kill that one?
No, I
Killing
turned it.
it.
No, I
Did
turned
we
it to
kill
a bunny.
Oh, that's right. Heat of battle, I just thought it was taken care of. Excuse me.
I mean, it was, but in a more humane fashion.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I didn't hit it first this time.
Any way that you can remove the curse from those tree shepherds is one more ally in our cause.
Speaking of, that's kind of why we're here.
Yep.
How you guys feel about sieging a citadel?
As they look around, some people from the wall are still looking down. Meeting hall is empty. Come.
Not great. I got over there.
Come to the meeting hall. It's as you were when you first were here. It has not had any signs of change. There is a roast that is kind of on a spit inside of the fire. You can see that it's been cut up, placed on a wooden platter in the middle of the table that Theron was sitting upon. Theron also has a few maps that they are working on, which is just more information that they're kind of putting to what you already have, locations and movements of things, most likely getting prepared for when Garen gets back so they can put a note to the Trillius Rangers and how far they came, right, to the distraction. They immediately sit down and they begin to pull in a quill, some ink, begin to note in location. You say about here, this is where you encountered them. Of course, you were lost at the time. So it's an approximation of the south side, adjacent to the river, just kind of guiding them a little bit here. We don't need to role play it. But you're able to kind of fill them in with information as best as you possibly can. And maybe even the grave site of the place that you had gone and met with that spirit. That's up to you, though, if you wish to share that.
I'd be okay with it if the party were.
Oh yeah, Donald would tell him about his new friend.
That you met a spirit. Something summoned from Laris, god of the hunt. And it guided you.
Mm-hmm.
This location
cool.
is familiar to me. A moment. You go and find a floorboard. You get a push upon it. Pull out the dagger and then begin to loosen. They pull out a piece of paper written in Elvish. Bring it back and they brace some candle on the platter, just kind of having it rolled out. You see as they read it, they look in the direction of the gravesite. It's very close. The Freljord fought Kalima. It's nice to see tragedy. We Evrai don't take that battle as a victory. I think it was the day that Grugash emerged. They wrap it back up. Put it onto the table. More than welcome to eat. This meat is untainted.
Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't ask where it comes from, though.
Did you have to add that?
Oh, I got my own meat now.
I thought it was necessary.
I got pancakes.
He said meat, not mead, by the way.
Oh, whatever. Same stuff.
Meat from the roast that they have on the spit in the fire. It's been cut up, carved, placed on a platter at the center of the table. That the
Donald just wants to get drunk.
More than welcome. You have your horn now, right?
I do. That was my
just-
point.
But that doesn't get you drunk, though.
Bro's just
No,
living
no.
on like liquid calories over there.
Hell yeah, man.
Let me get you some cups.
No way.
For the ale over there, or perhaps your own provisions. You get to grab cups down, placing them onto the table for you to fill from yourself from the tapped keg on the side. By the kitchenette for the cupboards. They sit down, have a long draw on theirs. They pick up a piece of meat with their fingers and begin to kind of eat on it. Place it back down. Well, here's yours.
Well, I'll go ahead and pull out the staff of the matriarch, just to show him that we have this. Says, well, we should talk with Salinar here. They said that they would be. They were concerned that they would suffer some heavy casualties if they helped us with this siege, but they were open to if we had presented a plan to them that they would help us. Our plan, as it stands right now, is we need to get them across the river because they have to cross that obstacle. We wanted to meet with you to help with scouting the location, some of your rangers. And while that scouting was occurring, we were going to try and make contact with the lizard folk, the only party we haven't really spoken with. We're not really sure if the bullybugs could help us. But
Muckluck.
Muckluck, yes.
We have found dealing with the Muckluck is difficult. The intelligence
That was our takeaway.
intelligence of those creatures is very low. As much as we are wise to use metaphors that they understand, it tends to be lost later in conversation. Any agreement that you make with them has to be one way, something for something. They tend to deal in shinies and other objects that glow and shiver. Treasures exactly valued by the coin they would fetch in the real world outside of this place. We made an arrangement with them as if they can help us against the undead, but every time that we would come to the table and bring something, we would end up giving too much of what we had in exchange for very little. It would seem that use the words move here and to kill this. They will go there and they will kill that. That's left to interpretation. Anything else? You're aiming to have them accompany us and help us in attacking the undead. Then
No.
you indeed. You are going to. Be all the options open. You're going to have to be very lenient with what you have them do. Put them into a place, tell them to go somewhere, and then do one thing. But anything other than that, lose their train of thought, it will be of no help. But of course, as you said, not looking for them, that's fine. I've seen the staff that you carry. The staff you carry was wielded by Matriarch Selena, which I have had experience meeting with. On my younger days, in my youth, I made a treaty with the Salinar and their enclave, a sanctuary and refuge to Fae. A checkpoint, if you will, for us to resupply and continue to move them outside of the marsh. Staff has great power, as far as I understand. And they are on board, regardless of who leads them now, who is coordinating their efforts. Will greatly have them. They are very powerful. The gifts that they get from this tree known as Talus. I have no qualm with it. I have no issues with it. Even though some of the Fae that were Thixians do not speak highly of the Salinar Enclave. And this tree, Talus.
Tree was rather distasteful. But I don't think that's a problem anymore, at least for the time being.
I think that's
Yeah, I punched it.
A bit more complicated than that.
Tell me, how does punching a tree help?
Sent a message.
Well,
The tree
punching-
understood.
It's a very mean tree.
The punching was directly preceding the killing of their current leader who had attempted to hold us hostage. The rest of the Salinar are now living outside the domain of the tree, at least for the time being.
To be fair, the tree told him to hold us hostage. The tree wanted us for something. It was really
That
weird.
was why we had to kill the leader.
Yeah, I did not like that tree. We're 1 for trees right now. 1 for 2.
I wonder if you spoke in such way of the tree. It seems you all perhaps do not get along. It's trees.
France.
Hit or
They're
miss.
cool.
I mean, I think we've generally been okay with them, except for, of course,
That
when they're.
one in specific. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm speaking of wanting to cure them and to help them.
Ideally, yes.
talking about
Yeah.
Talus as if they are, as you had said, points towards you, Kanan. It's tasteful.
Not a tree, honestly. If I had to put a label on it, I believe that's a bit of a misnomer. I mean, it's as much a tree as the sun tree, I suppose.
The Thixians are correct. It is not a tree.
I,
Lights that
Yeah,
grow
no,
normally.
it can talk and everything. I don't know trees that can talk. Well,
Well,
outside of trees,
Sun
but,
tree. Trim.
and the sun tree. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's all the weird trees that can talk.
Although it resembled a tree, I don't think it was anything like the sun tree nor like the treants. It was something different altogether that was corrupting the area. So, let's just say for right now anyway, it's not going to be a problem.
Understood. I will tell you something that might become a problem. You spoke of the Salinar Enclave, some of them being outside of the domain. Are those still loyal to this Talus?
I don't believe so. They helped us in our escape, came with us. Obviously, that they are bound to it in some way. That may take a toll on them.
I only speak that in the era of Kalima, for my time. Salinar Enclave and the Thixians were not at peace. And their conflict led to bloodshed. And what us at the Ivrai believe to be this eternal fog and the undead. Information you brought to me as well. It only adds more to what we believe.
It's
If we
in a
invite,
constellation. They're currently being led by what does Sylvana call herself? Not a silent.
Aurelion?
Yeah.
we speak very highly of Freljord, even though we haven't seen them in quite a long time. Guardians of the Fae is their title. They were the ones to battle Kalima. And they have been vital to the effort of our attacks, our tactics against the undead, when they were rendering aid. Age has not been kind to them, I'd imagine.
Seems spry as ever, honestly.
Pretty
Is-
fucking hot.
That's one way to describe
Oh, that just got awkward.
Well, I guess we need to appreciate the truth, the honesty. But yes, that was indeed awkward. Well, it sounds like this Sylvana, Freljord at the charge, they were great leaders. Be able to rein them in and perhaps command them. I only fear the aftermath. Down our enclave in the time of Kalima, they wanted to conquer Thixia. They wanted their territory. They wanted what the Thixians had, what the Mersatra had given them. Their history is key. They come from the same place, is what I understand. The Autumn Vale, the same place, the Feywild. I try to question the Thixians that came and keep it pleasant, trying to understand the entirety of it. Was it that the Salinar Enclave wished to return and the Thixians did not allow them entry? But they feared what they would have from Talus and bring that into the Feywild. Is it something more of a family rivalry, tying in bloodlines or something between them? I care not. Not anymore. Doesn't matter to me. It matters to Ivrai before, but in my leadership, we've moved on. Continue to look towards the future. Fallout. If any of the Salinar Enclave remain, then they are in hope of trying to take what it is that they want from Thixia. They could turn on us
Possibly. It would seem before we arrived, they had taken on a stance of isolation, no contact with the outside whatsoever. They only opened up specifically for us because apparently they wanted us.
And either way, worrying about the Salinar right now, it's like worrying about a flood when we're living in a desert. Something that isn't relevant.
I see that. Your next stop is the lizard folk.
What was the plan?
Yes.
We have not had much interaction with them. They keep to themselves. Their land is quite like the Mukluk, except through the grass and the waters they have rivers that form, the rolling hills that cling. You'll need transportation, most likely by a boat. Boarding one all the way from Farron River would be difficult. You could fly, but you might scare them if there's any remaining.
Yeah, well, whatever do remain, hopefully they're of the alive sort, not the kind that we last saw.
Well, hopefully.
We have battled them. We have believed them to be turned, be lost. Lizard folk tend to keep to themselves. We understand that there are several tribes. Don't know which ones remain. Be humble. Not raise your weapons. And I'm sure you can get an audience with whoever leads them.
I don't suppose they have any conveniently exploitable quirks like the Mukluk.
Unfortunately not. Every time whenever I try to reach and negotiate communications, we'd be met with spears, aggression. We'd remove ourselves, or if we were taken into a fight, we did not want to spill blood.
So is that because they're naturally aggressive, or because they have low IQ and they just don't know what you were doing?
Might be twofold. Don't believe, first off, that the lizard folk are unintelligent like the Mukluk. Lizard folk here in the Three Lakes of Duza, their various tribes, they have culture and traditions, and they also had arrangements with Thixia. And helping them build some structures in Crepple Lake that would be otherwise impossible without having some form to be able to keep and hold breath under the water. I think it goes more or less about the Thixia Fell. And seeing them as undead, most likely there was someone of remittance into their people, broke promises. They lost some through the darkness. We are outsiders to them. If they are harmed by us outsiders, they will try to keep the rivers gated, the lands protected. Can't reach the heart of their villages. Unlike the Mukluk, the undead can move through the grass, trapped in the mud, the swamp, the bogs, for sure. But I believe that their structures are reachable by land. Whereas Mukluk are immune to the undead attack. Undead would get stuck underneath the water and trapped, and those frogs would be able to swim away, hiding in the mud. Lots of folk can't. Saw your capabilities flying in. It would scare them, but Perhaps they gain you some distance, landing close to one of their villages. With open arms, perhaps you're able to walk in, seek an audience with their chief or chieftain.
So, as we know they're aggressive, they're somewhat at least intelligent. Any other things that you guys managed to get for traditions that we may try to abide their customs a little bit? I know you said you barely had any contact, but do you happen to know any that, like, if we give them wine, it says something or anything like that?
I think general trade, offerings of peace, are custom in many cultures. That's what I would start. We know that the Thixians had arrangements, treaties with them. The Three Lakes of Duza is not too far away on the edge of the marsh from where their eastern tower from Satra was. They might be keen on trying to expand their territory over the lizard folk, but they never did. Not at least that we know about.
Well, while we're handling that, have you or your men ever done any scouting around the city itself?
Thixia is much in a ruin. There are two fronts that we know of. First front is in the water. Much of Thixia has been submerged in Farron River. In fact, the entire wall that surrounds this historic citadel has been rubbled on the west side underneath the water. An amphibious assault against the Satoric Tower and the citadel will be able to yield you entry right in without having to go through a wall. But you will encounter the horde regardless. As it surrounds, it moves in a circle, a pattern, rhythmic motion. The undead that we have spotted on our canoes as we approach the citadel would suggest that most of the horde's movements and groupings are around the waterline. You are to bring your canoes ashore and launch an amphibious assault. The undead there would be able to be upon you, and you would be caught in a battle you could not win. Their forces would just simply pile on, unless you were able to escape, of course. The remainder is a wall that separates the citadel from Thixia. Thixia has been ruined, surrounding that wall in piles of rubble overgrown now to form mounds. Plenty places of cover to hide and move through. Some of the wall is actually ruined, leaving gaps. Various places, roads that led from Thixia to the citadel, at gatehouses in the segments of the wall. We've seen the undead between most and these places. You are to attack the wall or move through it. Coming from the south or the north side, you should aim for one of these gaps, but stay away from the gates.
How
Do
are
not-
they
do
with?
not- Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How are they with like wildlife? I know it's random, but like, say we were to sneak in acting like wildlife, or have anyone noticed undead being hostile toward normal wildlife?
You are a creature and you breathe. They will either eat you or capture you if they have intelligence, regardless of what you are. The smallest hair
Okay, so never mind.
to the largest eagle. The third option, I suppose, on a front, now that I see your capabilities to be able to fly in. But if you are spotted by the undead, the dragon will be signaled.
Yeah, seems like flying is probably
Bit too loud. But if we could arrange a distraction for the undead, pull them away so that we could assault from the west quietly.
An amphibious assault with a distraction could pull away most of the undead from the horde in the direction of the wall being attacked. You have 2 attacks on either side, north and south of the wall. You'd split up the force even further. Regardless, whoever attacks the wall will counter Grugash.
If that happens, can you think you tell him to go away until we're ready again?
Well, I'm pretty sure if I tell him anything, he's gonna instantly know that we're there, which kind of ruins the point of the distraction.
Well, I meant if he shows up when we're not ready for him, not calling him.
Well, yeah,
I'm
but
curious.
if he shows up while we're sneaking in. We're no
I mean,
longer
interrupt. I'm curious. Why the Citadel? What about it?
Well, we have a suspicion that that's the key to closing down the congruence, putting an end to some of this.
Mentioned that before. Wish there was another way. You think it's the right place? The Rangers of Ivrai will be with you. We'll fight in the distraction.
Well, another option is that we just thought sending. If that becomes too costly, a lot of us here can turn invisible. I think we can just sneak in, do what we got to do, and get out.
Personally, I would say it's a good idea because if we get caught, say for some reason spell fails, there's some warding magics, there's some whatever reason, and we're discovered without a distraction. We're right in enemy territory, and we're really screwed.
Plus, Exhibit A, he's just gonna like wave to Don.
I'm just gonna like rub my glaive.
Yes, the glaive is Exhibit A, and the rest of your weapons are Exhibits B through however many alphabet letters you have.
I'm only up to E.
Really? I thought you were past both fingers by now, or both hands by now.
They keep disappearing on me.
That happens.
Anyway,
it is at least probably true that if we have multiple forces attacking from different sides, the dragon can really only focus on one at a time. So there's that.
Yeah, it does kind of suck that no matter that whoever it focuses is gonna,
I mean, is it worth revisiting, getting rid of the dragon first before trying to go to the fort and do the congruence?
I don't think we can. Isn't that what the dude in the tower told us? Isn't something on the other side protecting it?
I vaguely remember something like that as well.
Been saying, I know we got the stone in order to stop that part. Has anyone tried attacking the dragon since then? Do we actually know that we can't attack him? I'm not suggesting we test that theory randomly, but I'm just wondering if that's a confirmed thing.
Well, the stone
Going
was
off what that
necessary
dude told us.
to fight Ethrin. I suspect whatever's protecting this one is different, given that it's connected to this congruence somehow.
Alright, so I say we stick to the original plan, but we'll test the theory if we have to. Hopefully it's not right.
Force through whatever fucking protection it has. I'm okay with that plan because it means I get to hit the dragon. But if we fail, everyone dies anyway.
As long as everyone on these attacking forces has a way to contact us somehow, we could attempt to get rid of the dragon at least for a while and enable their escape.
Do you think there'll be a way for me to meet at least a leader of each force, and then we'll at least have an hour of communication?
What's the distance on that?
Yes.
You know,
As long as they're in this plane of existence, we're good.
Okay.
Well-
I'll always forget that, by the way, so I'll probably always ask when you say something like this.
That's
you know,
enough.
Pip might be right. We can go try to fight the dragon. We have a safety net. thingy.
What thingy?
The weird thing. Thingy that we were told not to touch.
Oh, the no touching.
I mean,
Yes.
sure, that's probably effective, but also dying is still not a
Not
perfect
exactly pleasant.
strategy. Yeah,
It's not that bad.
Plan A.
Out of character, would he be big enough to actually, or too big to fit where that thing is, or would he be too big to actually get down in the little cavern where that is? Rugash.
Frankly, if he's strong enough, he could probably just blow the roof off that place and scoop you out like a fistful of sardines from a can.
I
Or
suspect
melt
we
it.
very much don't want him to know that that's there. Or
Yes,
he's
but
going
if we kill him, but next to that, at least we have the safety net.
Well, I suspect most of this is next to that, relatively speaking.
True.
Yeah, it's just an idea.
Personally, my concern would actually be, let's say for some reason you die again. What the hell is Thrym going to think when you don't end up in his home? He's going to be like,
I mean, he's
what the hell, man? Where's Domlin?
He's already mad. He stole his cup. It's fine.
We don't know that he's mad that I got my cup back. Chill.
Well, he was
Calm
mad
down.
before that, and then you stole the cup. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
said
steal the
you
cup.
couldn't have it.
It came back to me.
well, it's more like, you probably owe him the cup back after having taken it. And it's like expecting a package, but then you find out the mailman fucked off to the nearest tavern for a while.
This god sounds way too demanding.
Your
He
God
just wants me to
just-
kill dragons. It's not really that hard.
Not as bad as you would think, honestly. He's very direct, for sure.
And to be honest, I mean, if Paler's not complicated, your two powers are so different. I don't even know what Paler does anymore.
Palar works in mysterious ways.
If only he could put that shit down in a holy text or something,
Then what would all the temple scribes do?
Just saying, it'd be easier. The printing press is a thing.
So,
Donlin, two things while we're here. I think you might need some new armor. No.
yeah, those dragons we cut up? They probably share a typing with the big one. Mind if I make some armor out of that so that way, like, I can stand in front of them?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Although,
If you need any help
also
with it.
seemed all that tough. They were dead by the time we got down the hallway. And we're
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
even know what happened. I fell.
Yeah, don't
Also,
worry about it.
Donlin,
Donlin did a
this
good
might
work
be
for him.
might be a good time for you to go talk to Thrym and make good with him and maybe give him his cup back.
Oh, we can do that after we kill the dragon.
Say, if you do need to pray, though, I'm happy to start the prep and the materials for you so you can.
I mean, yeah, if you want to make the armor for me, I can give you this armor, and then you can make it that size. And I'll go talk to Thrym, probably outside the wall, because the last time he was mad at me, he caught a bush on fire.
That's a fair point.
And then
I
we
just don't
go.
want him to be mad at you anymore, and this seems like a good thing to do.
Yeah, he's gonna be mad at me anyway. He's like a dad. He's always disappointed in me.
So, all right. Let's see if I've caught up. You're talking to Thrym. He's getting Donlin you armor. Then we go talk to lizard folk. Then we're still doing the Citadel, right? Right? Still the plan?
Oh, so about the lizard folk. It's dark out. We gotta fly over some rangers, and we can't see them.
That sounds like a friendly fire incident waiting to happen. Not that I don't trust your rangers, but it is dark and misty as hell out there.
No, I meant the other rangers.
He meant the bad ones that go invisible in the dark.
Well,
This
I
is
mean,
out
those two.
loud conversation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Darren's
yeah,
just
we're not-
eating the meat at this point.
Just-
Got some stale bread over on the counter. Has been kind of ripping it,
Just
back,
disgusting.
buttering it a little bit, eating the meat, just looking towards all of you in the midst of the conversation.
Probably.
Sorry, we didn't mean to. We tend to get pretty distracted when we're all talking as a group, so didn't mean to leave you out of this.
Of no
Um,
consequence to me. Simply listening. I spoke enough.
Out of curiosity, the Muklut guys had some pretty good milk or something they offered us. Do you happen to have the same stuff here?
I don't think that was milk.
Do you even know what that is? That's not milk.
Oh, Donlin drank it, not me.
That shit was disgusting. I just did that so that way we could leave.
Oh, I thought you liked it. I'm sorry. I retract my my offer. Out of curiosity, what is it?
Well, I can meet your curiosity, but as your friend stated upon coming in, not asking questions of the meat that you're eating, I'm inclined to tell you the same. It's not necessary unless you absolutely want to know.
I'm good. I'm good. I didn't drink
No,
it.
no,
I'm going outside.
I was say, you're welcome to keep telling us sweet little lies about that one.
man. I guess I'll just let it go.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna assume they found a goat or something and got it. They're just trying to rob them.
Just let
magical-
sleeping dragons lie.
No
It's a
goat.
magical sea cow.
Doc
Mm.
Sea
Sea cow.
Percy Jackson, is that you?
Stalin, you go outside. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go outside the gates and everything and like onto that little island, past their protection.
Oh. Into the fog, huh?
Well, yeah, as I said, I can't I don't want to burn down their village if Thrum gets mad at me again.
You need someone to go with you, or you're good.
I'm not going
Toad's
too
there.
far.
Toe's out there.
All right.
Could contact Helga and ask her to put in a good word for.
No, I'm good.
Probably require a blood sacrifice.
What's the worst you're gonna do? Ground me? I already took my cup away from you once.
And then
Well,
you stole it.
kind of. I'll be okay.
What if he says you get to keep the cup, but you're not allowed to drink from the cup anymore?
That into existence. If that's what happens, you just better sleep with one eye open.
I was just saying.
You spoke it into existence.
One that said only those that he deems worthy is able to drink from it. So
It's just the reverse. It has no meat in it, and if you try to pour meat in it, it disappears.
Stalin, you decide to walk out of the gate. They open it for you. As soon as they do, they shut it. They put a bar on it. You see underneath the arch, there's one ranger currently smoking a pipe on the walkway, a wooden bridge. They stare at you. Continue to walk out into the fog. Continue to smoke their pipe. Just on the edge of the fog. Away from any harm that convening with your god would yield on you.
Yep,
You
I
are?
would do the blood sacrifice on the axe. Just kind of do my prayer thing.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Huh. Oh. Okay. Man, out of character, I think I know why. And in character, I don't think that Dawn would understand is the issue. Okay, I'm just gonna walk back inside the village.
What do you think is happening? I'm curious.
I think that the fog is blocking him.
You sure? Remember what you did last time in the Mount Bailey? But that's outside the fog.
Yeah, that's what. I'm thinking that it's the fog. I just don't know the Dawnland would pick up on that.
Gotcha. Okay. Walk back. Rest of you are still in the meeting hall, eating and drinking.
Lance is probably working on just prepping some of the materials for Donovan's armor while he's in between bites. Just maybe working with a leatherworker's kit to prep the hides.
Okay. At this point, a few rangers from the village are going to come into the meeting hall. He's there and stands up. Bud. Just going to come walk in. They create a little crowd inside here. Get their drinks. Anybody else? No? Nothing?
Got nothing.
Okay.
He's probably offering pancakes to people. They probably only haven't had pancakes in a while.
They're going to take your pancakes.
Well, if you take the
Sure.
roast and mix it in with the pancakes, you get kind of a moosher.
This is delicious. Oh. Rangers are all eating it. Giving you
He's eating the
cheers
roast
and
and-
high fives.
Least I can do. He gets credit too. Points to Lance. He made it.
Just like waving at them as I'm like holding a leatherworking needle in my hand. It's like,
We love you, Lance. We love you, Lance.
To Lance.
Lance's pancakes are really good. Don, you'll walk back in at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't smite you, so that's good.
Yeah, he actually didn't answer.
That's not good.
Oh, it's better than getting yelled at.
Is he still disappointed in you?
you good?
Probably. I did tell him I was going to kill a dragon. I ain't killed a dragon yet.
Mm. Let's go
No-
kill that dragon.
Nothing worse
After.
than a kid who doesn't follow through.
I mean, I killed the last dragon. I died, but I killed the last dragon.
You doing okay?
Yeah. I need to hit something though. So like, are you done with those dragon scales? Can I go make my thing?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm just patching together a couple segments, some of the smaller segments here for like pauldrons and whatnot. You know, don't need all those big chunks hanging off. It's easier to tailor it.
Okay. Nolan's just gonna take the stuff and go towards the forge, so he can go hit some stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, at this point, there's nothing to converse about. People are just kind of going to do some activities. We'll go ahead and kind of get our long rested and go through the activities. So, what are we making?
Just dragon scale plate, so that way I have the advantages against the breath and everything, and the acid resistance.
Probably not to try and interrupt his dinner, but Lance would probably take Donlin a meal while he was out there hitting stuff if he didn't get food for like the brief minute he was in.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Just know you're pretty tied to your god and all. Just want to make sure you're doing all right.
Yeah, I'll be okay. However, you will notice that Donlin doesn't even look at the food, which is highly out of character.
Oh. Well,
As all this is going on, without anybody noticing, I'm going to slide a charm person and hypnotic pattern spell scrolls into Pip's bag and quietly let Pip know that they're there. I just realized I've been carrying those around forever, and Pip could probably actually get some use out of them.
thanks.
Thought he was about to hypnotic pattern the Rangers. I was like, damn, what is he up to?
I want all their gold.
Could have tried that with a Mudluck. I'm sure it would have worked.
We might have to go revisit that place.
I'm telling you, if me and Jax got on the same page a lot better and didn't bicker a lot, we'd be very bad duo to steal stuff.
I think the biggest problem is neither one of us trust the other one, though, because of that.
Yep.
So Tom, I dragged in. You said black dragon scale armor.
Yeah.
All right. So I went ahead and dragged it into your inventory. It should be there for you. Then just remove the materials. Make it.
Yeah, lines. If you want to remove the 10 fine, I think we had it in fine, right? So.
Okay.
And that's what, 180 gold? Because it's very rare. I'll remove that.
Yeah, Hide of Dragon scale. Fine. I have 16, so I'm reducing it back down to 6.
Let's get it.
Damn, I rolled like shit. Oh, that didn't have any of my bonuses. Never mind, I didn't roll like shit.
I, was
Now
like,
you
I saw the
did.
freaking 19. What else do you
Yeah,
want?
I was gonna say I saw the 19 show up in the chat card before the dice stopped rolling on my screen, and I was like, "Oh, I rolled like absolute trash."
This guy, I want to roll a 30 on a D20. Let's go.
Probably
Yeah,
should have
so we
asked it.
The rolling is not. It does not mean anything. We don't do DCs anymore with crafting, but I just thought it'd be funny to see you
It's fun.
thwack and not get some food, and then you're thwacking away and train a little bit. And then you get some. Now you're going to make the armor because you got the materials here, and helping Lance probably helping along the way, if you will.
Yeah.
Come together, you're able to make a beautiful piece of plate armor that has the layered draconic scales, kind of creating that pattern of very typical of plate where the pauldron is going to overhang like the cuirass, and then there's going to be other cufflinks and things that sit underneath, right? And so it's a beautiful piece of armor you're able to make, and you're able to use magic and invigorating through the scales to make them black, which is going to give you that acid resistance. Cue blacksmithing montage. Final countdown. Wait, just keep going. All right. Suppose that's going to be it for everyone for the night. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think I need a prompt for the wolf. All right, should see it come across.
By the way, Michael, for my rod, I'm assuming I'm going based on this time and when it actually is dawn for it to recharge, right?
Yeah, so magic items is kind of back up, so your Wand of Winter probably is going to work now, in the way it
Okay.
should. I'm going to keep the spells at will. I haven't had a chance to test it just because time and kind of spending
That's
on
fine.
writing stuff. So, but yes, this is going to be a new day, so we're going to put the charges back up to 7. But let's see how it recharges. Yep. Charges. Oh, the one regains 1d6 plus 1 charges each day.
Oh, so I need to roll a d6.
Yeah.
Okay. Nope. Just 1d6.
Yeah, so it's gonna go back. Had 4 charges on it.
Hey, that's enough.
Good deal.
So, is this the next dawn for the oath bow? I know
What do you-
time's weird.
What do you think?
I think it's only been 2 days, so probably too long rest. Given 2 days, so probably not. There's probably at least one more before it's recharged or before it's usable again.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Well, it's technically at dawn and not on sunset. So, but I'll trade. Yeah, the sun's gotta come up. I mean, I suppose it's the same for the one then, because it recharges at dawn.
Oh shit, dude! I'm so sorry. I did not mean to screw you.
So the wand is at 4 charges still too. It hasn't recharged yet.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
No, that's what I was asking because I didn't know if it was dawn. That's why I was asking. Does it go
is
by
at
dawn? Yeah.
Yeah, not sunset. I think I switched in my head. I think I was like, oh, it does sunset because it's the one at which red. That's a different item that does sunset. Oh, good. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
there's some that
the-
are dusk, some that are dawn.
Yeah. So the one in winter
I feel
and
horrible
the
now, man.
Oathbow,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Each
Dustin,
day
you
at
screwed-
dawn.
You really screwed Rakan over, man.
It's fine. I just need what? A day in this world, essentially. I can get it back.
So, through your long rest, the sun will transition to the darkness, and that begins to befall. The community torchlight is lit on various places to illuminate the village, but they keep it a little bit dim. They don't want to attract unnecessary attention towards the fort. So, the towers, as well as the wall and the upper palisade, are not going to have any torchlight. So, it's really just a glow from inside of the actual village that gives light. And most of the light you're going to find is inside of the actual structures. In addition, most of the people that are here can see in the dark, so there's not a whole lot of need of having light, given that it is nice, warm conditions most of the time. So there. Now, when you awake, the rangers are going to kind of return to their posts. Everything is as usual, and the doors are going to open of the gate and reveal Garen as well as the rest of the rangers. They don't say any words to you as you find your respective places of rest. They simply are going to resupply themselves and eat a warm meal, tend to the wounds, and take the next task. By the numbers of those that you saw across the river to now, they have lost several rangers in the battle. And with the state of them right now, 3 rangers is a lot. But they don't have any words for you. They don't give you glares or bad looks. This is the battle. They know the job. And they keep going. Comes into question now for the rest of you all. We talked about our next destination being the Lizard Folk. We are in darkness, though. So I don't know if it's something along, and if you're going to wait for daylight to come back, or if we're going to try to brave the darkness, head in that direction.
I mean, personally, dealing with foes you can't physically see is frankly kind of terrifying. My vote would be let's stay put, do a little bit more prep. I can throw together some more potions, move at dawn. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're kind of transversing across the entire bad guy area, getting there.
It'll be
kind of
it'll be about 3 days until light.
Okay then.
Maybe that has something with your decision.
Yeah, how much of a clock are we on?
On the bright side, we're much less likely to be spotted in the air at night.
True.
Also, navigating in the air is frankly near impossible.
maybe it's one day here that leaves us with a couple of days with the lizard folk. Have the plan while we're there. Communicate it to what's their faces and go.
Well, the problem is,
And
do we
then
want to approach the lizard folk at night as well, though?
Yeah.
I don't know how good their eyesight is at night, but they're already going to be hostile toward us at the start.
There's
Well,
that.
3 to
Also, I
4
don't
days
think. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I say I don't think anybody here has their IFR type reading, so we're not flying through fog at night.
Yeah. Also, the more time we can give the rangers here to scout the area, the better it'll be with information for us.
I mean, I don't think there could be much harm in waiting 3 days.
Well, we did just take down the hag, right? So
And he was flying down there too, we know.
Yeah, well, and the dragon already gave us a 2-day ultimatum, which I think is up today. So he may come looking.
True.
And
I
do we
totally
want
forgot about that.
True, and if we're here when he comes looking, that's probably not good for the town folk.
Well, I don't know that he would come looking. He'll be looking somewhere. He can't find us directly.
It is true as well. He
I
must
don't
not
know.
have
This
it.
dragon found us all the fucking time.
That is
Well,
true too. How'd yours find us, Pip?
Hey, I already told you how they found it, okay?
I just like to rub it in a little bit though.
I was
Yeah, you got my friend killed.
yeah, well, I'm sorry.
That was like the most unfelt apology ever.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, he died in exactly the way that all frost giants want to die, so he's probably
And
quite happy with the outcome.
you know, possibly.
Speaking of which, have we checked on the wolves recently?
I
Yeah,
think we
maybe
get
we
a
don't want to
sense,
stay here.
wouldn't we get a sense
Don't
if
want
they're
to.
harmed? Anyone know how that works? This far out?
Well, no, we didn't know that they were captured by the hag last time. So,
Blue's came
Donald,
from-
you said you don't want to stay here.
The wolves?
No, you don't want to stay here. Is that what you said?
Why would we stay here? The wolves are over there.
Yeah, the wolves are across.
Yeah.
I'm so confused right now. Look, I'll do whatever the party wants. I'm good. Just tell me where to go.
Out of curiosity, Claire, since Kane apparently has a dark half of Paylor, you have a light. Can you actually light it up so where we can see them if they do turn invisible? Do you have something that could do that?
I know how to turn on the lights, but I don't think that'll necessarily make them visible. I don't know. I could light it
Yeah.
up like I did Donlin's ass the other day, and could see if that works.
Yeah, because do we know if it's by sunlight or by like magical light counts? Like Paylor light.
I guess we'll find out. But we should probably start moving.
Yeah. Do you know how to build a compass? That might help.
Who are you talking to?
The only person that probably knows how to build a compass, Lance.
Well, I mean, we do have, I guess you call them orbs of direction. They just less of a compass and more of it gives you like a magical sense of where you're going. But normally you need like a reference point. I could try, but
Well, we know we're going west. Well, I guess the true thing too, would a compass even work down in the fog?
well, that's the thing. They're kind of a magical sense, so it's more to do with whether the magic of the device would be disrupted. L Mighty DMO, what say you? Is this a magical discovery, perhaps?
For a compass that just points the way, Jack Sparrow?
Well, I mean, I can reference an actual published item, but yeah, essentially a magical
That's-
compass.
Yeah, magical compass. You could try. You could try to discover something. I mean, obviously, it's downtime for discovery. As far as
Yeah,
a
which we need some time
particular
for.
a particular D&D 5e item, anyways, you're not going to be able to find out here. So,
Oh
you're
yeah,
sort
no, I
of
didn't
running
expect
something.
that.
You might be able to find navigators or cartographer tools from Theron. Be able to loan those over to you. Those are tools that might aid if you're proficient with those, but if you're not, there's nothing really better than your own survival, which is able to navigate based on direction and position of landmarks.
Nope, I do not have proficiency with navigators or cartographers, so it would just be survival.
It was a thought.
I believe in you.
I mean,
Yeah.
flying through the fog at night without any light source except for your grades.
I was going to say that's
It did say
That's gonna be tough.
we could- they said we could reach it by boat and not.
Well,
that,
you mentioned
that was my
so out of character. What Theron was referencing there before we go down the rabbit hole was referencing that when you get to their territory, it becomes kind of like the Mukluk in the fact that it's a bog. There's more land in this bog, and there's tall grass that's thick and it clings, and there's rolling land masses that those land will kind of cling to. But most navigation that's done by the lizard folk, if you're going to encounter them, is going to be on the water, on the river. So
right.
if you
Basically, we need a
get,
canoe.
yeah, if you want to get to them into the lake system or wherever they're at, kind of nearby that, you take a canoe, you take a boat, right? And there's not any way that you can take a boat to there from your current location. You'd have to go upriver and then hope there was a stream or something that will lead to the lakes. But most of the time, lakes are going to run down. So that's what Theron was kind of mentioning, is you'd have to port like a canoe all the way over there or make one when you're over there. That's why they said your best bet, even though you're Scarum, right, is really to fly. And you can still fly over the water and be near it. And use those as a guide to where you need to go rather than just blindly flying over there.
So how are we dealing with this night flying, night getting there stuff?
Well, it's a good thing somebody has 30 feet of true sight. And is one of the people doing the flying.
I mean, that's true. However, I don't know at the speed we would be moving if 30 feet is a lot of reaction time.
All I'm picturing is House of Dragons. Vagar. Kaden, no!
Altitude.
You don't have to go that fast. You just have
Could
to.
we
Well,
do?
that's fair.
Could we do like do owls have something instead of an eagle? Could we do a giant owl or?
You can do a giant bat.
I mean,
echolocation.
We do sonar.
echolocation.
We could.
Be able to do it.
Yeah, that could work.
I can literally turn into a Batman.
Man bat.
I'm already gonna turn
I've
into
already been
Nightwing.
there and done that once in this campaign. It's not as cool as it sounds, I promise.
I don't know.
I gotta get away!
And then you get kidnapped by a bigger bat, and it's a whole thing.
It's literally big fish, little fish. I'm in his mouth. Ah!
Well, the problem. So we'd have to stay close enough. Well, I guess if we have Toe, just stay on our heels. He'd just follow us. So that could work.
Like I said, as long as you go slow and you have a good bearing that you're heading in an easterly direction, the Helix of Thieves are pretty large. The river system is pretty great. As long as you are there and you're in general area and kind of track your way through, you should be able to encounter lizard folk. That's your whole goal, is just to encounter people. So, I mean, whoever you come across. The issue is are they going to be undead? And then
Or
we come in peace, please, peace and prosperity. Oh, they're coming closer. They're coming closer to us. Pete.
It's fine. Then Donlin gets to hit something. It's been about 24 hours since I got to hit something.
to be
Oh,
fair,
God.
too, how would it look to giant bats flying up on them at night as well? I'm sure that's going to be kind of creepy.
Yeah. Well, like Kanan was saying, you have the cover of darkness. They might not see it until you're kind of upon them, and by that point, you can probably raise up your hands and lock the people.
We could also just get close enough. I mean,
Yeah, just land somewhere out
yeah,
on the
yeah.
edge.
I mean, that would be the best thing to do, probably. Just take our chances with that rather than scare the shit out of them and have to fight them too. You know.
I don't know that we can walk through the bog, and by we I mean me. I'm a
But
little
that new
short.
armor you have is so nice. I'm sure it'll work.
You can
What
ride
does that
on
have to do with
stealth.
me being able to breathe?
Oh, you're saying you're too short?
Yes.
I'll
And
show you.
it's a bog.
It's a bog.
Yeah,
You
you'll be
basically
fine.
We need a canoe.
They're literally safe from like people getting stuck in the bog.
You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Just ride on toe. You'll be fine.
Famous last words. Don't worry about
I mean, if we're gonna fly toe in, then why wouldn't we just fly ourselves in?
Well, I'm not saying. I mean, if you're worried about sinking into the bog, maybe toe's big enough where you don't sink.
I think we're overthinking this again.
You are
We do
overthinking
that.
this. You are very much overthinking this.
Should be fine.
All this really comes down to is do you want to wait 3 days or do you not?
I say send it. Bats fly.
Whole send. I'll ride whichever bat's in the front, so that way if we do get attacked, I can jump off and go deal with whatever attack.
Well, Kanan still gets to keep his true sight, so he gets sonar and true sight, so he'd probably be the one leading.
Makes sense.
Me and Toe will just kind of follow behind a little bit.
Okay. Sounds good to me. We'll go ahead and get to that after our break. Watch the stream. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break now, so we'll come back at about 7:06 p.m. PST. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye!
Bye.
All right. So we get going again. We're going to start after our break, heading in the direction of the Three Lakes of Doom. All right. And apparently, Foundry also deletes your transformation things now. So that's cool.
Feature.
I know.
Yep.
Hey, well, isn't that good? Because didn't we have somebody that had like hundreds of them?
You know, it is. It's fantastic. I mean, I'm definitely happy about that. Also, for clarification, are we doing 8 again?
Yes.
Okay.
How many people can you hit with that?
Everyone.
Okay. Well, I say if you want to take it down to spells, well, no, it doesn't scale by people for spell slot. I was gonna say I gave Donlin a greater food, so he's going to get the benefit of 8 if he chooses to have that. So, although would they stack? They might. I don't know.
That's 2 separate sources, right?
2 separate
Yeah.
sources stacked for max HP.
Get dummy thick.
Hell yeah.
We just went through this the other day because
Yeah, you're right.
fighting a god. No, in our other group we
Ah.
went
Yeah.
through like what stacks and what doesn't stack.
We
Oh.
had to min max the fuck out of that fight, and we're still probably gonna die.
I mean, it's only been 8 hours. We've still got time to turn it around.
I can't believe it's taken us almost 8 hours to go through this fight.
We're fighting
Nice.
a god. Are you serious?
Yeah, I figured he would either just wipe the floor with us or we would wipe the floor with him.
Never cease to amaze me.
Also, a quick reminder: we have the link going, so when we talk to the lizard folk, probably shouldn't do that out loud too often.
Yeah, I don't think Donlin still understands how to use that link, so like,
I mean, that's fair.
All right, and then Pip, you're gonna be the other eagle, right?
Eagle, bat, whatever we're being.
We're doing bats, right?
Yeah. But for simplicity take, I don't know if giant bat has a token or anything.
Does but bugged out. Try to make a quick macro for it. You guys back in. So I'll have to not do that mid-sesh. All right, that looks like that worked there. Okay. I think what I'll do instead of reverting, I'll probably just save. It's on aspect. Yeah, I won't revert them. I think I'll just save them. That's probably best. All right. So, in your journey, you're going to be encompassing even more miles. Obviously, we were starting at a midway point of this journey. So, at some point of travel here, you're going to have to find a place to rest. There's no way that you're going to be able to encompass all of this travel, all of this mileage, without incurring another cost. Which is why I'm not talking about. I asked about the aid because I'm assuming you're gonna put it on. When it comes to actually mechanically speaking, I'll just tell you when to apply it, right? So that way we're
Yep.
not gumming anything up. You have your options as far as where you're wanting to camp. I'd imagine that you're going to want to stay away from Trilia's hut and get kind of further on that without having that. So you could potentially go further through Farron River on the north end and then come back down if that's what you intended to do. Or you could actually go south
By Sorsatra and then
and
loop back.
Sorsatra and even off the map, because that's where the river delta is. You could be further south than Sorsatra and then come up. So you can essentially go up, down, and then go down, up. And that allows you to get over there in the same amount of distance. Obviously, it's still more than just going there directly, but that'll chew some clock off without actually encountering any hostiles.
Either way we go, I would just say that we probably, when we take our rest, need to keep the river at our back. If we can do that about halfway, that way there's only one way to worry about anything coming.
I was gonna say we heard that the dragon was headed toward the now ransacked hut,
Correct.
but they're probably going to go back north, if I had to guess. So maybe going south would be the safer route, keeping us away from the dragon.
Also, it seemed like the Rangers and the Undead Horde were more north, so going south is
Yeah.
definitely safer.
That's
Okay.
true. Yeah, you did say they're further south than they ever have been, but
But that doesn't mean infinitely south. So at some point they have to stop.
So you're flying slightly south in your eastern direction here, and then even more south, I suppose, when you come to the Farron River. The fog being cleared up by the river provides pretty good sight lines. Farron River at this juncture where Sorsatra is actually a river delta, so that's where Farron River is beginning to delta outwards into the many variety of waterways, and they extend into the bay. The fog is kind of being pulled in that general direction. Even now, you can see when you come this far south, you can actually see that there are faint lights out on the water of the bay, because that's how much the river itself is moving the fog out in that general direction. And it has almost like a rolling under the edges of the streets. It's like trying to collect or almost connect itself, perhaps, in a way. So when it's being pushed, it's then being also pulled to the edges of the river, and then it's being rolled back into the mass of those clouds. Sorsatra is exactly as the other tower presents. Again, they are identical for a reason. They have to be connected, and they have to work as a unit together. You're able to find a nice, hefty piece of land on the delta. These islets are perfect for being able to set yourselves up and having protection from the water around you. The creatures, however, tend to be a little bit on the larger side, and you are going to find, such as like crocodile alligators, right, reptilian type species and things. You're most likely going to have to kind of land and then kind of clear them out a little bit in order to find a suitable area. But luckily, you do have tiny hut available, and you simply can just lay it down and not have to worry about any of these creatures interrupting your sleep. The land itself is actually quite high up, and that's what keeps the water from submerging it. You imagine that with tidal forces, this could get a little bit chippy, so you kind of sit in the middle of the isle and not towards the actual shoreline in case the tide will take over and you might be submerged. Now, tidal forces in this world, a little bit of lore for you, are pretty crazy because there's actually two moons. So the two moons and the way that their clock it works around the world is sometimes you can have some just massive tidal forces, which will submerge most of the coast and all of the land on one side of the world. And so it's important to kind of think about that. I'm not going to go into it in narration ever, but it's something to always note in a way where you're camping out on next to the water. next to the rivers near bays or oceans and things. So we get our long rest in. I'm not going to prompt it because you already took a long rest, and we're going to come to the second day of night, and then you're able to change shape again back into the bats, or you can sleep as bats if that's what you really want. I didn't think you want to in the tiny hut. So, but change shape with player characters, you actually still maintain your spells. That's something to note. You maintain your spells because as player characters, you get your spells from class features, which specified rules is written, you get class features. Now, monsters, on the other hand, their magic is, unless it's an actual spell casting monster, which can never be with change shape because it's like a beast, their magic is innate. So it's not anything that you actually can get. It's not a class feature. So just a warning on that. Now, you're able then to get onto the bat forms. Mounting up again, Toe is there. All regal themselves as they throw their hair back and forth. You're able to mount, and then you get carried on your way. At this point, it is going to become difficult because you're going to be in the fog, and you're guided by the bat's echolocation. It is beginning to use their keen senses, paying off of the ground and other areas to be able to understand of where they're currently looking. I'm not going to have a check needed. There's no check needed. Bats are guiding it. They're perfectly able to see in this environment. They're equivalent to blind sight at this point for them. So they have no issues. They're able to fly. Now, you're going to be coming to the end of the second day of night. You are going to be getting in the realm of reaching fatigue at this point because you are hauling some serious ass to get all of these miles down. What I'll say is that because you're in a change shape form, and that adopts the physical properties of the creature itself, which is then going to kind of tire you in a sense, you're able to push perhaps a slightly further than you normally would, and then you're going to be slowly drifting off in terms of you're kind of feeling it, you're waiting from side to side. Toe obviously doesn't have their celestial spirit, they don't have any problem at all, so they're just kind of coasting and being guided by the bats. And we're going to get to a place here where you're going to see that there is, underneath you with the echolocation, there are streams that are working into the actual lakes themselves. The lakes are large bodies of water. When you're over one, you don't have any sense that there's anything on there with your echolocation, so you kind of pull off a little bit. You're over grass and reeds. You then get over a stream, and then as you're guided heading in that east direction, on the west side of the three lakes, you see a glimmer of torchlight following a stream. I put you in relevant distance that your echolocation is going to be able to understand where the ground and the floor is. If you can be anywhere, you can be 60 feet in the air if you really want to, but you can't be greater really than that without echolocation understanding where the floor of the ground is. Now, as far as Toe is concerned, I am going to provide ownership over to Lance here, so you should be able to move it now.
Thank you.
You are able, through the thickest of the fog, because of the stream and the bodies of water in the lake, you're able to understand that the light sources are coming from two lizard folk that are currently holding the torches over a gate made of palisade, some spikes out front. There's a barge behind it, tethered, canoe behind them on the barge. They have spears and shields. This is a watch post, and this is a protection of the actual stream itself. And it's the first sign of actual life that you're able to find, as well as see, suggesting they use light to kind of guide themselves a little bit. It's caught your attention and the end of your journey here of the day. And it's something that you've kind of drifted over following the stream, and then so you're kind of falling down a little bit in your pitch to that 30-foot level, and you're now gracefully kind of coming towards it. You're fairly certain that these creatures cannot see you because of the darkness and the fog, as well as the occlusion of their own light in front of their faces. So they have not shown any signs that they have represented you. They're just holding the torches, seem to be talking to both, like to themselves right now, having a decently loud conversation. Bats also fly pretty silently. They don't actually make that much noise in their flight. Toad kind of does, with their wings back and forth. And so this is the edge of range that I would say that your characters could possibly be without them hearing you.
Yeah,
Do we
rather than
land?
yeah, rather than making a lot of noise, landing as a big ass bat, I think Kanan's gonna transform midair and just grab Jax and use his own flight speed to just sort of hover down to the ground as people.
Pip doesn't have that option. He's just gonna slow land.
Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing going wrong with Caden's plan here.
It's fine.
Yeah, I guess Lance will go ahead and go on down, but he's going to stay with Toe in case you need to take off airborne pretty quickly. I assume he'll just land and stay mounted on him.
Okay. More than welcome to change elevation with tokens as your leisure. If you're staying as a bat.
Mm,
Because if you were not a bat,
Yeah.
you were going to fall into water.
yeah,
Is it completely water beneath us? We're in like a river.
It's a stream. You can land in the grass
yeah.
if you want to, but it is upheaval with, like I said, it's rough terrain. So when I say rough,
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
see it.
like it's going up. It's like steep
Yeah.
embankment, that kind of thing.
I misread that.
More than
Oh, well.
welcome to land in the grass if you want to. There's dryness that you can try to find, but then you'd have to trek through that.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it's fine.
how do you change aviation? Like,
Right click your
Right click.
token, and then you'll see the 30 at the top left of your token there, and you actually can change
Am I still mounted on you, Kanan?
Yeah, I'm still holding you because we're over the river.
it.
Just got you like by the scruff of the
Yeah,
neck.
it's basically just
Alright.
like holding you up. I was gonna plop down and then I realized we were over water and it was like, oh well.
Deuce jumped out.
Hell
So
yeah.
now coming closer, and Donlin, you landing in the grass. That's quite a lot of noise as you're crunching away. Are you stealthing?
Stealth? No.
Nope. Okay. As you don't stealth, you can see the two lizard folk with the torches starting, holding the torches into the fog.
Hey, Claire, you should do that make light thing so I can go talk to the nice lizard people.
Gotcha. Well, to light up Donlin.
I'm gonna stay as a bat for now.
See them
Just
speaking
in
to each
case.
other. Begins to pat. This one runs and is going to aim for the water.
Gonna like hold my hands up as I walk towards them.
Suppose I will let you get on the land since we're approaching this way.
There's only one now, and you hear a splash of water. As it turns and sees the light glowing on you, Donlin. You are climbing. You are a Kender. You are pretty much a ball of light inside of tall grass right now. You hear in common tongue. Intruders!
Ah! We friends, enemies of undead.
Speak common tongue.
I speak lots of things. Well, not really, but
I feel like that's an exaggeration.
Definitely.
I speak animal. That's for sure.
He speaks many things, just not in many different tongues.
Breathe deep. Blow.
Donlin will suck in as much air as he can until he's probably almost blue in the face from not breathing out for so long, and then just let out and like try to actually blow the grass in front of him out a little bit.
A light in front of you. There is humidity, cold, right? There is actually visible representation of the grass. But yes, you can definitely blow the grass.
I mean, Donlin's just trying to make a point here.
See now shifting grass, more lizard folk coming across, climbing up the terrain. There's more here than just the two holding torches. They look at the general direction of light, shields raised with spears.
My name's Donlin. What's your name?
Stares at you. Why have you come, Donlin?
We're gonna kill the undead, and we wanted to talk to your chief to see if you guys wanted to get some revenge on the undead with us.
You have come too late for revenge, Donlin.
Okay, well, would you like to return your home to normal? Because we also want to do that.
They continue to hold the torch. Seeing the bat hit flying on, now toe crushing through, Jax crushing through. There is many of you, all wanting revenge.
Well, actually, we want to kill the dragon and the undead. It's not revenge for us. We just want to set things right. We like to help people. And kill dragons. The dragons is the big thing.
Why did we let him be the ambassador?
Interesting to watch.
I figured a talking bat might scare them.
That's fair.
I think he's self-selected, to be fair.
That too. He kind of jumped me off of me and just went straight there.
This is all you offer. False promises.
I'm just gonna like pull the grass out and like point at my nice dragon scale. Yeah, it's not false.
Would be a good armor on our chieftain.
I mean, we came to make peace, not war with your people. That would be senseless bloodshed.
Oh, what do you guys know of the hag? Maybe this is a better bargaining chip. We killed the hag.
You're off in the back.
No, I just wanted them to know that we killed the hag. I ain't giving them my trophy. They think that we're lying about what we wanted to do, so I figured I'd show them what we already did.
Their climbers up top. Donlin. Trespassers. This is Dusk territory. Looks from left to right. Dusk have made treaty with you all before. Betrayal for you. Messenger cease. We will send one more. Back, another splash of water. That there's more lizard folk behind the actual barrier that's in front of you. You will wait here.
Okay.
Make yourself comfortable.
I think at this point, Pip would turn back into human form now that he knows he doesn't have to take fight real quick.
I don't think they liked us, man.
I mean, they didn't attack us.
He did kind of imply he was going to take your armor for their chieftain, though.
Oh,
He said it would look nice.
good on his chieftain. He didn't say it was going to take.
And to be fair, it would look nice on a lot of people, wouldn't it?
We did
Well-
do a really good job on this, Lance.
Well, I mean, you did a really good job with it.
I suppose Push come to shove, we could make it myself. We have enough.
Did
pods.
I hear
We don't
them
have
right
enough.
though? Did I hear
mean-
them right though? They've made a treaty with us in the past. They just mean us people like us.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the Rangers did say they reached out to the lizard folk before.
But they said
Yeah.
this is
Well,
great.
no, because remember he was talking about in the past the Thixians and then whatever the fuck happened. So something happened between the Thixians and these guys.
Okay,
And
so
I don't-
he's just talking or putting all of us non-lizard folk in the same category.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's very Donlin-like, to be honest. I'm
Well,
offended
that's why
by
I
that.
understand him. Okay, you chill. This is why I'm talking and you're not talking.
Donlin, you haven't done anything for us to this point. We might die here.
No,
They
no.
just went to go send a messenger to let people know that we're here.
We'll let Donlin talk, and then if something happens, I'll take over. And if something happens, we'll have Kanan take over.
Oh God, we're dead.
Suppose any of them have anything they wish to confess.
Mm.
I don't think this is a place of Paylor. We should probably leave him out of this.
Do lizard folks believe in gods?
Sure.
I mean, they seem civilized enough. If they have their own creation mythos, I suppose why not?
I mean, like to think I'm somewhat civilized, and I don't believe in God. Well, other than the ones we saw.
I mean,
Did Theron mention if the lizard folk were here before the Thixians, or did they come from the Feywild? Did I miss that part of the history?
Not talk about the history of lizard folk because they simply don't know. Never actually spoke and communicated.
They used to
Simply-
be dinosaurs.
Well, they spoke, but they did not communicate. In
Evolution.
Evolution.
Right.
They were dinosaurs walking.
I see
Honestly,
these
that would
two
be
over here.
great if lizard folk. Is that really the back? Is that the backstory for lizard folk? They just said for dinosaurs. Because that would be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
They did what?
Some
Well, like
humans
kobolds are
thought
like
they were
dragon,
dinosaurs.
like small
Yeah.
dragons, right? So kobolds, small dragons, like lizard folk, they'll be from dinosaurs, right?
They're just like
It's in space.
Different.
great,
Yeah.
great descendants of T-Rexes.
Makes sense.
All I can think about is the arms.
That was the tipping point in the evolution. They grew actual arms, and they were just like, oh,
Yep.
But then they got smaller.
because they didn't need to be big anymore.
It's a lot easier to do things when you have two arms that are actual size.
I can see these two, right? Like these are
Yeah.
just standing here.
Yeah,
just
look,
hanging out
and look
watching
across
us.
the river. It's the grass shifts.
Pip's just gonna kind of walk a little bit high and be like, "Y'all want some pancakes? While we wait,
They
That's
don't
like a
even know
piece.
what pancakes are.
it's food that tastes
Yeah.
delicious."
They don't say any words.
He's just gonna make a pancake and kind of hold it up. You want one?
Why are you antagonizing them?
I'm trying to give them food. Who doesn't like food as a peace
Do you
offering?
not remember the cake and the door?
That almost went really well. And that
Yeah.
we did get inside with the cake, and he did like the cake.
So I may be a little presumptuous here, but I feel like they have a diet very similar to my diet, where it's a lot of meat.
But who doesn't like a pancake every now and then?
someone who's never seen or heard of a pancake before.
Exactly. Try new things.
Yeah, the last time they tried new things, they got betrayed. I understand.
Look, I was just offering. They said no clearly. Fine. He just puts the pancake he made into his pocket so Poe can eat it.
He comes up missing 3 fingers.
And a soul.
God can't actually take me over because technically Poe already claimed my soul. So what you guys do for fun out here? Besides, guard posts and stuff.
We don't say anything.
You still antagonize? Would you leave these poor? They are working.
Yeah, but you know, they what if they get bored? You know, we could talk. Unless it's rude. Is it rude to talk while you guys are on post? If that's the case, I'm sorry.
I don't think they trust you.
I mean, that's fair. I don't trust us either.
No, you don't say the quiet part out loud, sir.
That was in my head. If I'm talking to you guys, it's in my head typically, for the record.
Another splash. After waiting well over half an hour. Sitting in the grass, minding yourself. Maybe this is the first sign. It's just seeing what your patience is like. Well, the torch that you're speaking with gave no name. Still bumped. Pulls on a rope. And as they're pulling on the rope, it's going to run to a pulley, which is actually going to lower that into. Then, as they get it to a certain point, they then release a brace, and then the rest of it goes into the water. Just the little tips, the dubs, sit above, kind of put their foot down on it to push it a little bit further down. They point to the two others in the grass. They're going to begin to run into the darkness. Come, Donlin. Boats.
Friends are allowed to come too, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Some people, when they only want one person.
Seeing you not, they begin to lift it back up. There's another boat for you guys. I don't think you're going to use the boat lights. You don't have to.
Yeah, I can. If they're kind of wary of flying things, maybe it's best that tow, Pip, you command tow to do whatever, and I stick with the group that way.
Okay.
Pip will likely just be like, just kind of fly overhead a bit. If that's okay with you guys. Is it okay if he flies a little bit?
It's fine.
Okay.
The one holding the torch begins to look towards the other lizard folk, which dive themselves into the water. Begin to speak Draconic.
Mhm.
They may speak Draconic.
I do. I speak everything, or at least hear everything.
We get to speak Draconic. Take trespassers. The chieftain. Motion the hand. Flag of the torch. Zoja. Chieftain Zoja. Utmost respect to the Dask chieftain. There will be no problems. Donlin.
Yeah, no problems.
Pip's gonna say over the link. We still think we're traitors, so this may not be as peaceful as we think. Heads up.
Go. See some of lizard folk getting you going as they begin to push you down the waterway. The best way to interpret this on the map is you're like off the map a little bit of ways here, kind of where you're at. Not off the map, I should say, but just over where the title of the actual map is cresting through. So, and chime down the wind here. Lizard folk are going to push and pull the boats off of the edge of the water, which is going to pull you into the middle of the stream. There's plenty of grasses and other things that these boats can get caught on. And as you're beginning to move them every so often, you see some lighting inside of the grass. And then in that lighting, the shadow of stilted wooden huts, structures with reed thatch dried, kind of this rough bark that's been kind of patched together and lashed with rope, sometimes hide on the doors. And that's in the upheaval of some of the grasses. They're kind of raised. They're very sparse and few in between. You're in the dark, and all you do is see the shadow, and you're just kind of moving the boat. In fact, the lizard folk are not even guiding. They're simply just watching you sometimes from the grass. And then they'll kind of move off as if communication has already been spoken about down the stream and up the stream. Go your merry way. Rowing and rowing and rowing. Tell
Guess
you
this is
come.
better.
Go ahead.
So I guess this is better than being inside of a frog.
Yeah, that was my least favorite way to travel so far. By a mile.
It wasn't that bad.
It was literally the insides of a giant.
If it weren't for the concept of just knowing exactly where we were as we were traveling, might have been more enjoyable.
I mean, it was pretty warm.
So is fire. I don't want to sit in it.
Fair. You know, I worked inside a volcano.
You actually worked inside of a volcano, or just close to a volcano.
Kind of close.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was a mountain.
Was it active?
I don't remember. I didn't get to see much of it because, like, they threw me in the Coliseum.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that detail.
Out of character, it was an active volcano, and you would know that. But the fire giants
Okay.
and their giant runes are able to tame the volcano.
Do you actually like
Yeah, it was active.
the lava and everything?
I mean, I didn't.
Oh, so it
I'm
wasn't like
more
one
like
of the
a-
things they had in the Coliseum as like a trap or something?
The Colosseum in
They-
the volcano. Because that would probably
Michael
gather
shaking his
all
head yes to everything.
if I had a volcano and I was gonna build a terrible Colosseum, I would put it in the volcano.
I will
I'd
have
also
you know, it
call
was a
myself Dr.
magnificent
Evil.
Coliseum. Okay.
I mean, it was terrible because they were forcing you to fight people to death, not because it wasn't pretty.
Oh no, I was more saying that like I put on a great performance. Okay.
Against
Pretty damn good at his job. He lived, clearly.
Well, he may have suffered some brain damage. We have not ascertained that as of yet. TBIs and so forth.
I don't know that concussions exist in this world yet.
Pretty sure you invented them.
I can make a medicine check for that. They probably do.
MRI.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I don't know that safety precautions exist in this world yet to care
that
about
I'm-
concussions.
Yeah, I'm certain.
It's out of character. No, you would have not seen magma.
Yeah.
You are not permitted into the entry levels of the deep chambers in that volcano, where they actually have large metal like structures that they've constructed with giant runes that they activate with gong, like it's like a gong, and they like inside of the interior of the volcano, and they tame it. So when it gets active, as if it's going to erupt, they literally shackle the volcano fire and like heat
That's
it.
impressive.
And then they use the upflow of those activations to heat actual forges of iron and steel, make weapons. And just like you can imagine Kolvag the Forger, you can be rest assured that Warsire are going to have their own Kolvag. But you were not permitted to have giant weapons. Those are specialized weapons. Those are kept away because there's your people and then there's the giant. And you were kept in a very specific area of the Colosseum inside of the actual Hypogeum, which is the underground of the Colosseum. And those were your rooms. That's where you lived. That's where you ate. And as a Kender, the Colosseum was massive. To the giants, not so much. And so for you, there's a lot of room. For them, not so much. Kind of thing. They also believe in fair fights. So no, there would not be any traps in this Colosseum. There would not be any sort of pitfalls or lava spring-ups or anything. And the crowd that surrounds are actual rifts inside of the interior of the volcano that they sit on like bleachers that surround in this conical-like way. And the lava tunnels filter down to the outside of those areas onto the island.
Premium heated seats.
Premium heated seats. And they would not be accessible to the actual floor of the Colosseum. The giants would always overlook you upon the bleachers. You would have to scale hot, molten rock just to escape. Alan, your adventure was quite difficult.
Yeah, we lost a good one.
So as you reflect on your past, Donlin, perhaps, the rest of you coasting along, speaking, conversation, you're going to see more lights as they begin to embrace three structures. At the center point of where the stream is beginning to converge and form into other waterways. In this space, it's the heart of the Dusk Village. The huts surround. You're going to see the little lights every so often. And in the heart of this lake of Duza, the fog itself is very few and far between. In fact, I'm not even going to put an effect down for the fog here. It's rolling and pushing with the water as it moves, unable to amass itself. Now, as you get out, onto the barge, as this lizard folk is pulling your boats to. Not barge, I should say a dock, pulling your boats to. You can hear a voice of the gilded lizard folk. Gold, silver, and a large crown that forms itself very much so like a mantle that rests above and then down the head and the shoulder. Feathers cling and linger as a token of great wealth and strength. The collars around are of gold. They grace all the way down to the mid-chest. Colors of blue and red, vibrant pigments on their attire. They have a trident, polished gold, but that is steel, ready to strike. They are going to look on you all in a very small shelter. Reed thatching, iron brazier lit with flame, no door, no leather hind to cover. Perhaps this isn't their home. Maybe this is a in-between area where they might rest and meet upon the river with others. Who knows? Tell. On the north side is a strong, pungent smell of fish. Gutted. Sent into the water, brought up, hung on hooks, dangling down. Scaffolding of rope netting. Those fish are salted, curing, half wall of that shelter. You can see both torches working, pick some of those fish down before they jump into the water or stomp into the grass back to their homes. station for wood on the east side, a barge, where there is pallets of wood that have been gathered, lashed together, put upon floating pieces of that pallet. They then can begin to float, ferrying them across to other areas in the Das village for construction of building. There's even toolboxes with hammers and nails, suggesting they have capabilities of smithing. The chieftain speaks. Soldier, come. Come sit. They appear old and weathered. Down. The darkened, pigmented wools, cottons, it's likely made from the outside world. They have two skulls, humanoid-like. Tell humanoid they are from. They're large, bulbous. Sit down, weak, slightly frail. As they grumble to themselves. My warriors tell me, Danlin, that you are here to make promises. Why don't you tell the great chieftain Socha of what you promise for the Dask?
Well, you see, we're gonna go to the Citadel. We're gonna kill the undead. We're gonna close the stupid thing. The I don't know what it's called. It's stupid. And then we're gonna go kill the dragon.
Slay Ruga.
Yes.
It's kind of our thing.
Why do you think, Danlin, the Dask are not undead?
Because your guy at the front asked me to prove that I was breathing. So if you care about me breathing, then you're probably not undead.
We care about you breathing, Danlin, because we needed to know we're undead. Sent to make good on our alliance.
Alliance with the undead.
Any harm comes to me or my people, you will not make it out of the Three Lakes of Dusa without encountering Shh.
I mean, we didn't plan on harming any of you fine lizard folk. We actually came more or less for your help.
See. Who are you to speak? This Danlin is not the leader of your people.
I mean, technically, we don't really have a leader, but forgive me if you only want to speak to Darwin. That's fine. I tend to talk a lot sometimes.
What will you do for Dask?
Well, hopefully, solve all your undead problems. It doesn't seem like you have a dragon problem if you have an alliance with him, but if you do, we can help that.
The Dask do not have a problem with the dragon. We have an alliance that has led to the death of a sworn enemy.
Who would that be?
Probably one of the other tribes.
What is your name?
Lance.
Lance. The 3 legs of Duza, each leg. The shadows and darkness. 3 tribes. Dask. Salaman. And the Kulisar. Salaman are no more. As they spit into the floor.
Over the link, Pip was going to ask the party, are we sure we want to make an alliance with these guys?
Not about making an alliance, it's about having another group available for others.
That's
for
called
the
an
dragon to
alliance.
target.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're already working with the dragon and they're happy with their arrangement, I'm not sure we're going to convince them that taking out the dragon is going to do them any favors.
So,
It might behoove us to go find this other tribe that still exists, presumably who have not made a deal with the dragon.
do we take this tribe out first? It's just a thought. Just a thought.
It seems like a waste of our time. I think they're rather beneath us, honestly. I mean, this one can barely stand up.
While the party is all thinking to that, I'd like to continue with the leader. Was this alliance with the dragon made out of necessity? Did it threaten you with violence if you didn't agree?
Necessity. Yes. Violence threatened by the dragon. That the Dask would become slaves, undead.
Right. Now, in the thought link, I'll think, well, it seems like they would stand to benefit from the dragon, ceasing to exist in these mortal coils.
Right.
True.
So
Oh, go
what
ahead.
if what we offered you wasn't death of the dragon per se, but a life free of servitude?
Dask have lived under my reign a long time. I have watched many of my people fall, perish. I am not a good chieftain to protect them. I make no agreement to slay dragon.
Okay,
Maybe a
I
better.
have.
Go ahead.
Like I said, I have a dumb idea because you got the alliance with the dragon, so obviously you don't want to break it because it's helping you guys out right now, and I get that. But we're gonna attack the Citadel at some point. If we asked you guys to call the dragon here, and you were just like, "Hey, we saw these 6 adventurers in the marsh, but when you do that, we're attacking the Citadel," would you guys be willing to make a distraction for us and call the dragon here so he doesn't interfere?
Put harm to Dask people. Too much harm has already been done.
What is even the
Uh,
point of your people's existence right now? You're shadows living under this tower and this dragon.
Silence. Salt.
You don't just say someone's existence is pointless. It seems rather cold-hearted.
Hold your
willful.
tongue.
Over the link, I'm gonna be like, I mean, I could try y'all's favorite thing to see if I can get him to cooperate.
I have a better idea. I want to wait and make sure that he is okay with me opening my mouth and is not going to try and impale me with that trident of his. But if he's okay with it, perhaps a better question to ask is, what would you want that we could perform to gain your assistance? That's
Dusk. Need land. As chieftain, I have thought moving the Dusk out. We need home, hearth, water. That is what Dusk wants. They pick up the pillow, the other things. Thixian. Drop it. Points in the direction of the food. From city. Travelers to city. South. Your city. Dusk. Seen. Much of the world out of here. Dusk cannot move. We have no home. Give Dusk home.
I don't know about you all. I think, frankly, that's actually somewhat doable.
We did just clear out a rather decent area just south of the lake.
Well, I was also thinking, I mean, we're probably going to collect a rather hefty bounty for dealing with this dragon, correct? What if we were to actually use that money to purchase land for them, have them be an established group outside of the swamp, or near the edges of the border of the swamp, if they don't want to move too far from their old home?
Not
What
sure
if
you
they
guys
just
should-
helped rebuild Norfolk?
There's that too. Might be able to enlist the Rangers' help to help them settle in a newer, safer location.
I mean, once we get rid of the undead and Grugash, who really says you can't just extend here? Like,
Right,
who?
right.
Well, he said he's also clearly wanting creature comforts of greater civilization. He points to the food and his belongings. So we need. That's why my thought is we need, establish some trade routes and let them buy things.
Yeah, so out of character, I just want to clarify, because obviously the language and the way I'm speaking of the character, trying to be a little bit difficult to understand, because that's kind of in a way what's happening, I suppose. What they point to the goods, not just is that they didn't just like take the goods. That means they traded for them. They didn't say
Yep.
they stole them, which means that they're more talking about a land that would be connected to trade routes. There's no way that trade can get here.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought like we take the reward from killing the dragon. Whoever's going to pay us, if there's a bounty for it, we use that money to get them land
Sure. I just want
somewhere outside of the swamps.
Well, what I was curious about is who's to say once we clear the undead, they can't just travel and establish. Like, who are we paying? There's no king here.
Oh, he's talking about outside the marshes.
Yeah, no, I'm
Oh.
saying like these guys want to get out of the marshes. They want to access civilization and get that bread.
Oh, they want out of
Literally-
this.
That's
literally that bread.
essentially
Yes.
either pay for them to get a city on the Farron River so they can travel up and down, or towards Alathan so that way they can just go down the coast.
I mean,
Although, arguably, if we clear out the marsh and close the congruence, it might actually turn into
Yeah, maybe.
yeah,
an
that's what I'm
area
saying.
that could have a trade route. You know.
why
Yeah,
not
if we-
offer
Maybe.
them? Why not offer them like one of the areas up here, specifically like you have the keep right here that we're, presumably going to be able to have cleared out as long as it's not destroyed. I mean,
Oh, because there's
Uh,
still no roads in here. That's kind of their point, is that that would all have to be established. And
Lizard
I think
folk.
they want something with more access.
Lizard folk can navigate through here. They can. They can.
Yeah.
They're perfectly fine traveling through this. But your civilization, where you come from outside of here, cannot. They cannot trade here successfully. I mean, adventurers and other people can come in here, but that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for an established place that has access to trade that already is happening right now. Because they're talking about, they don't, this is their village, but they're saying that they're going out and like to the road. They're actually traveling outside of here. And you have to think about the agreement that was made under threat by the dragon, and they are looking at getting out of that agreement potentially by just leaving, and so
Yep.
they're not here. But they can't do that when they have nowhere else to go, and the outside world clearly, in their people, would look at them as a problem.
So what if
Yeah.
we promise to buy them land on a body of water? We'll figure that out after we kill everything. So either, I mean, if you guys are on the continent map,
I asked. I
I
just
would
wanted to go take a
say-
look at that.
honestly here, or somewhere on the Farron River.
I would say we
They're
are
not-
way the hell up here. Just what? Oh yeah, no. I guess we are far enough
Yeah,
in.
we're
no,
down
we're
here,
like in here.
Yeah, if we.
That's why I'm thinking that if they're already trading with Alathan, if we just bought some of the coastal land here in the hills, they could set up. They're already going south anyway, but if we give them an area where they have freshwater access to Alathan via boat,
I
What a-
mean,
What do we know about this Jinwula place?
but that's up on a hill. That's up on a like.
And it's
that
kind of
was-
in the
that
middle of
was
nowhere.
the big area that was going up.
Yeah,
Because this is like where the Hivarai
I mean, look,
lake
if
is
we
somewhere.
did it correctly and got it to where they could come up to the Farron River, right? Get rid of the undead, close the congruence, dragons gone. They can be an interim trading post or a stop point for supplies coming from Alathan to Fort Farron, or Fort Farron transit down to Alathan, or other places going up to Fort Farron
We
from the
can't pro-
Farron River.
We can't promise them the Citadel.
Why?
We can't promise them that area because if we're going to put the congruence back, there's going to be a hell of a lot of Fey folk coming through.
It was mentioned earlier. I kind of like the idea of, because Norfolk is pretty trashed, right? What if we paid for people to rebuild Norfolk and they were the first settlers there?
Well, what if we
We'd
just
have to ask if they
had
wanted to
them
share.
rebuild it?
Yeah, I mean,
Presumably, they could rebuild it how they wanted to, right?
And they make a good living knowing the swamps, being able to help navigate the boats.
And they can be a stopping point for anyone who wants to trade with the Rangers or anything down here once they establish a bigger community. And the Fey folk, that I'm sure is going to be everywhere.
yeah, probably trade
Oh,
for
we'd have
fish and
to
stuff.
navigate the ability to own the land, but I think that we just promise them land on a body of water that they can use as a trading
Wait, who-
outpost.
Who owns Norfolk right now?
I assume.
Talthars?
Yeah, so the this will also help with the notes too when I'm adding them in, because you'll notice I've included some things like ruler or whatever, government or whatever. The Marshes and Veiling is actually under the jurisdiction of Lord Downfall. The Norfolk and anything basically north or slightly adjacent to the Farron River is going to be Lord Downfloor's territory. Now, Lord Downfloor, as you know, serves as Telthars. So they're the Telthars. So Norfolk, in order to have the Dask, if you're wanting this to happen, I mean, you could set him there right now and then deal with whatever is later, you know. But you'd have to get with
Talthar are nothing if not generous. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to extend the-
You said lizard folk. Yeah, all of a sudden paladins, conquest paladins.
I guess
I mean, if
it's
you
time
think-
to go to war with the Talthars.
No,
I mean,
but
you would make it valuable to them, though, with, hey, these guys can get you through the marshes of Unveiling through navigation and
no, yeah.
help you out and make a quicker route for you to get, to places rather than going overland, which you have done forever, and increase trade. I don't know. They might buy into that part of it.
Plus,
I don't
it's
know.
literally it's a ghost town at the moment. Like what are they?
Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. Yeah. And
I
I'm sure
think-
they,
yeah.
they tax the hell out of it, but it is what it is.
Sales tax.
Sales tax.
It happens everywhere. I think Deuce is probably right there. I think we promised them land somewhere, and I think at least my idea would be Norfolk for them.
The better question is, what are they gonna do in exchange for it? They don't sound too keen on fighting it.
Well, I was thinking they could just distract the dragon for us.
Yeah, so if they do have the ability to summon him, if they're in danger, if they could time that perfectly to pull him all the way over here while we're hitting fortress, that might protect our other.
True,
allies.
and he doesn't even have to lie. They can just say, "We were here. Hey, heads up! They're about to attack wherever." And by that time, we're already attacking. So
Well, I mean, the dragon could probably cover that distance pretty quickly. I'm not sure how much time that buys us.
Well, if they summoned him as we started the attack, he would be on his way while we were attacking. Either way, he's going to come all the way back. That's probably as good as we ever got to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's more time than we're going to get just attacking it and the undead alerting it.
And then if he gets mad and kills them all, we don't have to worry about Norfolk.
Fair enough.
That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, that is pretty fucking terrible, to be honest. I thought we were just going to try to recruit these guys to help fight the undead. Jesus.
They're not going to fight anybody. He already said they weren't going to do anything to put them in danger.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure I could kill all of them here without breaking a sweat. So
I mean,
Also, I
I
don't
said
think that would be
fine.
very useful.
What?
I-
Hold on. If you're watching this stream, what are we, colonials right now? We're gonna fucking stomp to the native land. We're gonna crush them down, take the spoils.
I didn't say I was
Battle-
going to. I just
Gold,
said they wouldn't be very
boys,
helpful with us.
gold.
Boy, I'm
Yeah,
manifesting that destiny real fucking hard right now.
I don't think they're going to be useful in a fight. That's all I'm saying.
Like, y'all
yeah.
care about protecting your people. You better get
Well,
moving.
I was gonna say it a while ago.
Wait, the Boga, right? Savages, barely even human.
In
Savages.
fairness to Donlin,
Jesus Christ.
Pip was the first one suggested it not too long
So
ago.
messed up.
That is
So
Mike,
messed up.
we said you're saying like they won't risk their people against the
They
dragon.
will
but
not
summoning
risk-
the dragon would risk them.
That would risk them. I mean, think about that. If they summon the dragon, and then there's an attack that handles simultaneously, there is no way that the dragon ain't gonna think that that's right.
well, okay. I think the better question. So Pip is going to turn to them and ask, "How do you get into contact with the dragon? By the way."
Got one of them stones.
Looks towards. I want to hear what you have to offer for land.
Pip's going to turn to Lance. Lance,
I just like looks at the party like Norfolk.
a body of water. We'll get you land on a body of water that you can trade with whatever city you want to trade with.
We have some understanding with the Lord north of us. He could help us purchase some land We actually have already purchased some land, just not on water.
Actually owes me a favor, sort of.
So we will go speak to this lord, see if he can help us procure some land. Perhaps somewhere on the river, not too far from here, but connected to trade routes. And
So
we need to
you
speak with
know
them.
this place. So you do not know this. This is not land you can give. Down. You must ask.
We must trade for it. Coin, for deed.
Much coin for this lord's land.
I don't know.
Just give him
We,
Utterly, he's just like, just give him a number. I don't think he's actually gonna find out.
well, my concern is he already has the coin and he's just going to go buy it himself.
That would be entertaining.
I would be. I don't know. The price is it is made up on the spot, depending on the value of the land, what's
A
there.
negotiation will occur.
What if we actually just bring him to the table with
I was gonna
the
suggest,
Lord?
why we
The
just have
Lord
him
let
come,
them negotiate for the land they want.
and whatever, like if they need more gold, we'll chip in or influence. We can do our part, but that way he seems to be the one in power and not us trying to give him something.
To just be the middleman that gets them together, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. At this point, I'm willing to lie my ass off to get this guy to do what we need him to do. So
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering why we're not lying now.
Because lying is probably going
Donlin
to get us
doesn't
executed.
lie at all.
It's all right, Pip's got you.
and Jax hasn't said anything this whole time, so he's kind of just doesn't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation between Lance and Donlin and this guy.
Oh,
So
please, by
we
all
get
means,
what-
butt in.
oh no, because I'm not. I'm good.
So basically, what we can offer at the very least is to set up a meeting between you and the guy who currently owns the property and be there for negotiations. So you yourself, as a great leader you are, will negotiate and come to terms what you think is a fair price. That way we don't interfere with what you guys want. And if you guys need some extra coin or something for helping us, that's where we can come in and help you guys out and ensure you get the land.
We'll cover the appraiser and the tax estimate. So,
The what?
Tax. Desk. Pay no tax.
What if we will pay the upfront taxes for you? And then you can use the taxes that people buy stuff from you to pay that, so you're not paying any of your money to this person. You're making other people pay it.
tourism tax. It's the way to go.
That's how cities work. We can get you
Ooh.
we can get you a person for that, an accountant.
Get yourself some waterway rights.
But we have to negotiate for all of this. So what if I gave you a magic item as a sign of good faith?
What item is this?
I am going to pull out a ring of protection. It's an item that'll help you protect yourself against any ill-begotten people. And I will kind of hand it to him so he can read the runes himself if he can.
Okay. As they take it, they look at it. his gift.
Sign of our budding friendship.
I accept.
I will the extra ring of protection I have from my inventory.
You will bring Zosha. You'll meet. To acquire. You'll pay. And you will help. Ask.
Pretty much.
What can Dask do
Uh,
in
Think-
exchange?
well, I think right now the question is, how do you summon Grugash if you were to need him? Because that might determine what you may do or can do.
Look towards the chest. Begin to move over. They open the chest, holding it a leaflet. A large leaf, they open it up. Inside is a gilded and silver, large ruby, an elvish dagger that's curved. Hold their hand over it. Curse. These they then begin to tap their chest. Save Dask people. Zosha's cursed. Cover the dagger back up. Put it into the chest.
You
Now we
mentioned
know
this.
some. What?
You mentioned this other tribe, the one that still remains. Were they also enemies of your tribe, or just another tribe that lives on the lakes?
Kulesa. Chief Luca. Afraid. Kulesa. They have worse arrangement with Lugash. They point towards the sky. Every 3 cycles. Every 9 days. Chief Luca must give 3. To become undead.
And does Grugash have to be there for that to happen?
Rugash servants. Like the ones Dask looked for. To point to you. Looks at your shiny armor down on the black draconic scale. Armor. Nice. Wood. Towards the weapons. Sturdy. Magic. If you did not breathe, your helmet, Zosha would not know the difference.
I saw a spider.
Okay.
I saw a spider on
Gang come spiders.
Get you.
Where is it at? It's not anywhere close. It's okay. Tell you what. Man, the house.
You got one job.
Spiders got one job.
Spiders.
I
Seek
strongly,
and destroy.
I'll tell you what, though. I strongly believe, if you don't believe this, I will urge you to try it a year. But spiders, super good for the house. If you don't want other insects, let your spiders live. They will remove them, and you will never see the spiders. They have plenty to eat, plenty of places to go. Just saying.
You know what else to get rid of all the insects? And exterminate.
Oh,
Then you
so
don't
get
have
rid of your
spiders.
spiders too.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
And then I'm just saying, money, dollar bills. I'll just put it
Yeah,
out there.
unfortunately, my wife gets a vote in that plan, and it does not work that way.
See, I'm okay with spiders being in the house. I'm not okay with spiders, me being able to see spiders and spiders potentially crawling on me.
I suppose we have a debate. I can go into more details, but last for playing D&D. All right. So they have revealed that they are cursed, most likely by the weapon that they were told to possess. They were told to have for this arrangement to take place. They also explained that the Chief Luca is the chief of Ulazar, which is the only other tribe of the Lizard Folk that remain the Three Lakes of Duza. Multiple tribes turned into 3 and now 2. They explained that Chief Luca is not an enemy, but an ally, someone that they trade with. They are also under an arrangement with Grugash. Their arrangement far worse.
In the link, I was going to ask, if we go talk to these guys, do you think we can offer them the same town and they all live peacefully?
I think the others would be a lot more willing to fight for their people, considering
like-
the
But they
arrangement
probably
they
have a lot less people.
Well, also, they're the ones supplying half the undead army, at least the lizard portion of it. Dealing
look.
with that one way or the other might be useful.
If you think to make deal Ulazar instead, do know Dask warriors, strong. They are fit upon birth, put to the spear, club, fight. No warriors for Ulazar.
If we end up making a deal with them too, would it offend you, or is that okay?
Eat and Zoja, live long life. I understand. If a better deal is made. No offense.
Just different deal.
Yeah, what if we make a deal with you, but also a deal with them? That's what I'm asking. Not 2 different deals, or
Just
2 different deals.
fine. Your allies.
May I ask a question? Why did you turn against the third Lizardfolk tribe? What was the history there?
Dask, warrior tribe. Salaman. Made treaty with Thixians to give 3 lakes. Meters. 3 lakes always belong to lizards folk. Shortly after treaty, death.
I see. They would have sold out your people for. whatever they would have traded for. Okay.
Soja believes this. Rugash made deals. Soja knows Grugash would make deal with Salaban.
So you made a deal before the dragon could extend an offer to the others, to just lest you turn upon one another. Right.
I like this
What?
one.
What does Grugash get out of you? The other one's pretty obvious. He gets more soldiers or whatever. By cursing you, what does he stand to gain?
Got to wipe a whole other tribe off the face of the earth and turn them into undead.
I mean, he's a dragon.
Well-
He could have done that anyway.
I think there's also something to be gained from having, soldiers and members of your group that aren't undead. I mean, let's say you needed the lizard folk to go somewhere to interact with civilization, to collect, trade goods from other cities. Or if there's some piece of information he needs from outside the swamp, you can't exactly send an undead to get that.
He could.
Well, I mean, the undead would probably be stabbed by dozens of angry farmers with pitchforks. But
Not particularly good at relaying messages either.
So, Soja, I guess the real question is, what are you willing to do in our deal, so we can figure out how we can all work together?
we should probably also explain what we already plan to do, so that he can perhaps offer where he's willing to fit in.
Yes,
I
but we
kind of already did that.
well,
I just didn't
kind
tell him who was all involved.
yeah, we don't want to give him too much. I mean, technically, he's still in an alliance with Grugash, and we don't know what kind of information that they'll give to Grugash, maybe unintentionally.
Fair point.
Not bad. Not bad.
Pip has a high wisdom.
Donald doesn't trust them because they're allied with Grugash, but I don't want to kill them just because they're idiots.
Yeah, I'm still reading that as like a allied out of desperation. They had the gun to the back of their head. And were like, we're friends now. Okay.
Or they're opportunists,
They
though. Like,
also kind of genocided a bunch of
Yeah,
other lizard people.
That's
I mean,
that's fair. That's fair. Under the threat that the dragon would go to the other people, and then
That's kind of a lame excuse.
Yeah, I mean, let's be
Some
for real
Minority
here. If he
Report stuff.
doesn't offer something good, Donald's probably going to kill him, take his ring.
My fucking god.
Jesus.
I mean,
Wow.
let's be
I mean, he
real, too,
serves dragons. Donald's literally
Not
going after
willingly.
the fire giants because
If
they
you-
serve a dragon.
But what is the Dask doing for Grugash?
Trying to do absolutely
That's
nothing,
what
it
I
sounds
asked.
like.
That's-
the question.
that
and they
is
didn't
the
give us an
question.
answer.
Well, you all talking. I can't talk over you. My god.
Sure.
Fair.
I've been waiting for you to stop talking the whole time. It went from Caden speaking in character in actual character. Then we have the mind link happening. I'm trying to interpret the best I can when you're speaking in your minds versus when you're speaking your characters.
I just didn't want to like. We're all sitting there in front of this guy, just like staring at each other.
Yeah, I
intently.
mean, honestly,
It's awkward
for,
as hell.
For like several times, I feel like that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
He's all zoned out.
I mean,
Bro, got that hive mind look going on.
he could just think all non-lizard folks are weird like that. We don't know.
Man, smooth skins are stupid.
Next information task.
Is it safe to assume all of our dealings here are off the record today?
Of course. Information
Almost-
was on Traitors City South.
I'm going to do an insight check to see if I think he's lying or maybe trying to hide.
Yeah, I'd
Hold on
like
a sec.
to.
On
I like
what
to do the
part
same.
of that? Because there's multiple
That
things.
this is being basically he wants to know. He's trying to figure out if there was any sign that this is actually being recorded. Essentially, like Grugash.
Oh,
Like,
if it's off the record.
yeah, like basically, is Grugash going to know about this if he's lying
Okay.
about that part?
And Jax, you're doing the same.
Yeah, I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him.
So, Pippin Jax, it seems throughout the entire conversation, his character has been moving hand gestures, almost as if they're interpreting things before they're being said, based on the movement of their body language as they carry themselves around in this particular moment. They seem to be less sure of almost finality in their conversation, which would suggest to both of you that they don't know if it is off the record or not.
I'm just gonna mention in the mind link. Heads up. He seems kind of nervous, so pick that
And
road he
based
will.
off that in the mind link, Jax will say, "We can't be spied on, but he can. Can somebody check to see if somebody's paying attention?"
I mean, I could, but I don't know about you guys. All said don't use magic in front of people.
That's fair.
Yep. And it's probably better we haven't, otherwise you would have stabbed us by now.
Can you walk outside to take a piss, cast it, and come back in real quick?
Cast it more than twice.
I mean, hang on. Actually, if you look at my inventory, I might have something that can actually do something like that. AKA use a scroll. I can use the scroll of detect magic.
You still have to do stuff with that, though.
I just have to read it without providing any material components.
Still got to do verbal and somatic.
Mm.
And there's
Still
also
got to
not
do
a
that
lot of-
voodoo.
If you pass it over, I could try casting it subtly.
You also have to pass the scroll.
Yeah,
That's going to be super obvious.
In the mind link, we could, on the other hand, just simply provide him with an entirely fabricated plan under the assumption that he will parlay this information to Grugash, deny the deal, and then leave.
True. It's not like he is going to do anything anyway at the actual site.
Just tell him we plan to attack in a week's time from the east, and then when we attack in 2 days from the north and south, they will either have prepared in the wrong way or not be prepared at all.
We're going to use the muckluck.
That's a fair point. We could just deceive him now and use him as a deception distraction in case somebody is paying attention. Do we really need them to be there?
And get this guy killed.
So,
Get what guy
well,
killed?
he thinks we'll tell him the truth, as far as he knows.
Yeah.
Okay, assuming that, how do we even make use of that? If we lie to him right now, dragon comes. Others aren't even ready for any siege.
Yeah, but
Plus, we tell him a plan that takes place in the future on a different timetable from a different angle of attack with different.
in other words, we can't use him at all. So we're just going to use him to hopefully
Plant
use a fake
information
tip.
to the dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I mean, based off everything we were just told, I feel like either he's being watched, or he thinks he's being watched, maybe, or there's some spies, or there's something where this information has a chance to get back to the dragon, and then we're just screwing ourselves and everybody else over if that happens.
One observation
Trust
you
him.
can
Why don't we just leave?
one observation that you can make in your delegations of if you want to continue this putting a false plan in the ear, right? One observation you can make is that the person on post of that stream that entered into their village, which there's probably multiple of those like checkpoints, right, was expecting in any moment's notice an undead marshal of the undead. So it could very well mean that they already, right, you could get an understanding that undead come into this place all the time. So there could very well be spies. There could very well be things lurking in the shadows, just watching and waiting. Could even be that this person's cursed so much that whatever you're saying to them is like a relay.
That's what I was thinking.
So that is a point now you have to kind of maybe segue and figure out what you want to do as a party going forward.
Okay, I tell him we say at a
I'm
week.
with Kanan's plan.
Yeah, just tell him, okay, well, we're gonna trust you. Here's what we need from you. Give him something stupid that we need for him. Maybe call the dragon distract something that he thinks that we're using him for to help, so it doesn't look obvious that hey, we're not going to use you anymore.
I have a
Yes,
thought.
sir.
What if we send these? I say we send them off on looking for that deer spirit. That's like the fake task we plan for them. Because I mean, we saw that, we know it exists. Maybe they know of it, but
I
we tell them
Kinda
that's
too close to Thixia in that area, though.
I was
well,
thinking we just tell them in a week's time we're going to attack. We need you guys to attack from the west,
East.
and the other forces will be east and south. And
what if
when
they
we
attack
really
from the?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
need to tell them to attack from the east because we're
Yeah, from
going
here.
west, and our allies would likely
Sure.
be north and south.
I'm just making up directions right now. I'm just saying we
Yeah.
tell them in a week's time we're attacking from these 3 directions. This is where we need you. When really we're going in 2 days, 3 days, whatever, and we attack from the directions we didn't tell them. I don't know. To me, it's simple. If it gets told, it's not going to hurt anybody. They don't know that we're lying. Hopefully,
I would
and,
say 7 cycles. I think it's better than saying a week.
Isn't that like 21 days or something?
Yeah.
yeah, that's a long time.
Okay, like
You're-
4 cycles. Because I don't think they understand days here. It's kind
Sure.
of hard to be like in 3 days. Well,
Sure, but that would be my thing. I don't know, but I mean, whatever the group decides, just hey, we're going to attack way after we said we're going to from these directions. Here's where we need you guys, and we do the opposite with just 2 groups,
or
and that
we
becomes
will.
our deception plan.
Or what if we just tell them the same day, but say we're going to attack somewhere else? That way, all the army goes there. Because what's saying a week out? It's not going to help us or hurt us. He's still gonna.
So
Grugash
where
is
it
still
helps,
gonna.
where it helps us is the army may not be prepared.
Yeah, but the army's already like. Even
Either-
if we didn't come here, it wouldn't help us or hurt us. Basically, we negated this.
You'd be attacking an unprepared army. Where if you tell them the same day they're going to be prepared, yes, they may be marching away, but they can always turn around and come back and prepared.
Well, what I'm
They're-
saying
they're an undead army. What are they preparing?
I don't know.
exactly. Like right now, if we were never to come here, then it would be unprepared army.
But look,
So,
I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. Just tell them what you want to tell them.
I'm saying if we tell them the same day, but say we're attacking, we plan on getting Grugash at Serata or maybe even Norfolk or something to lure him there on this day, to lay a trap for Grugash on the same day. It's far enough north that Grugash and hopefully some army can go there because that's where we plan on setting an ambush as we attack Thixia. Because we explained that Thixia we think would be too prepared, so we're going to attack north.
I'm gonna get a roll in here. We're gonna do a do box roll for this one because we're just gonna do insight checks blind, and I'm gonna give you some very insightful information depending on your roll because I think it's gonna help just nip this whole conversation right now. Lance, nice central one. It's all.
We're not nipping anything except for Jax. And Donald.
Okay.
Donlin did pretty good.
I did good, decent.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see yours. Yeah.
So you haven't conversation wise. I don't try to pull away from player play, but sometimes you're running around the circle and spending so much time on it that there's one thing that you're all missing, and something that your characters probably would be able to pick on, especially these high insight rolls here, Jax, Domin, and Pip, is if you're going under the interpretation that what you're saying is being relayed or communicated in any way to Grugash, these people are already dead. Okay. You are coming in here saying And this character could potentially give information out. They're breaking whatever agreement that they already have with the Grugash by even entertaining an audience with you all and hearing an arrangement or a deal. It is a matter of time before this dragon emerges itself and attacks these people. Because as you stated, Kanan, what are they getting out of it? Information for trader, waterways, places that's already been done. They've already got what they need. There's no reason that these people would still be alive, except for the fact that Grugash just hasn't killed them yet. So that's the insight that I'll give you. It's a crushing thing. And it could happen a long time from now, right? You might be able to kill the dragon before it happens. But just by being here and making your presence and the fact that the chieftain is entertaining a deal, and if that information is being relayed, like you all are assuming, that the dragon is not going to allow this chieftain to stay alive, to be able to give information to other adventurers or other people that are going to make their way in here that want and just put an end to what's happening here. Just few and far between. Little chance. I'll let you continue with that information. Again, it might be able to push you in the direction of maybe saying anything to this chieftain at this point. It's pointless. Maybe if we are assuming it's a relay, the best thing we can do right now is just to give miscommunication and cause some problems, in which will lead to a greater hole for our attack.
Okay, so I just say we're gonna attack Norfolk and get an army and let them do with that information as they will, or not attack, but do a plan. That way he goes north, hopefully. If not, then they all die anyway. So that's depressing. That's the only thing. Like you said, if they're dead anyway, why not feed them completely bullshit stuff and then be on our way?
I'm giving you insight. I'm getting insight. I'm not saying, like, me personally as like breaking the wall here that I'm going to send a dragon and just start breathing acid over all these lizard folk. What I'm saying is that your characters would be insightful to understand that you potentially caused these people harm just by being here. It's unintentional completely, but that should guide you in the sense of, if we do anything, it's either in protecting these people now because we're here, or B, it's to give us some sort of gain for what we attempt to do, and hopefully we do that before any harm comes to these people.
I mean, in Jax's mind, for the parties, it's 100% use them for our gain to help us in what we're trying to do. I don't care one way or the other about them because they've already sided with the dragon and wiped out a tribe.
Whatever we decide to tell them has to be believable. So I think the dragon's rather smart. I don't think he's going to believe that we're going to go sack an abandoned fishing village that's empty.
No, not sack it. We're just going to use that as you summon him and we spring a trap.
In Norfolk?
What trap are we going to spring that captures a dragon
That is so.
120 feet long?
Come on, catch him! Come on, big dragon!
We're gonna go there and we're gonna build a fuckload of mangonels and we're just gonna shoot the damn thing down.
I have Earthbind.
I've watched Game of Thrones.
Got your dwarven windlass. Got that black bolt.
I mean, to me, it's either we feed them a false plan, and that false plan is either we're attacking in a week from different directions we're coming in from, like Kanan said, or if you guys want to go with we're attacking on the exact day we're attacking, and use these guys as cannon fodder to attack from the direction, then and tell them that we're all going to meet up there and all attack, then that's fine too. I don't care one way or the other.
If these people are being spied on and the dragon already knows, then the sooner the better. I'd say, let's say we're attacking the same day of, but in a different formation.
Sure.
That's less likely to have them, melted into a puddle in their shoes.
I mean, don't forget they use this dragon for their benefit too.
Sure.
So like these guys are not. It's not like we're sending innocent people into do this necessarily, right? They've benefited from having this arrangement with the dragon.
They did, but again, I would highlight it was a benefit at the expense of they were probably going to die if somebody else made a deal with the dragon.
Idea.
So, yes.
What what if we told them rather than attacking the citadel that we were planning a jointed attack on the 3 remaining towers?
All at the same time.
Yeah, that would work.
Sure.
That works.
That's a decent plan. I mean, we've only taken one out, and he responded immediately, so we would know that if we were going to do it again, we'd need to synchronize him. That's believable.
All right.
Works for me.
And we
That's
tell
the
them
plan.
that we're taking the south one because Grugash is going to care more about where we're at.
Yeah.
Works for me.
All right, Silver Tongue. Good luck.
It's what I'm good at. So they say.
Oh man. Remember last time I said that?
All right, so Pip, after the awkward silence that we gave for like 30 minutes in here, is like, all right. So here's what we need. In how many days are we actually doing this? I don't actually.
Say like 3 cycles. 9 days.
So in 3 cycles, we are gonna attack the southern tower, and we're gonna have the other 2, and hopefully you will be able to assist us in attacking the west tower or the east tower, and the west tower by the Rangers. If we all do it at once, Krugash can't be there to stop us from shutting them all down at once, and that's what we need from you if you can help us.
Dask. In exchange for what? Land.
For your land that we agreed on.
The negotiation for that.
Correct.
And that nice magic item I gave you as a sign of our friendship.
Well, that was
Look, I got a matching one.
One cycle.
You want to do it in 1 cycle? He's gonna do the mind leak. Is that possible?
Say 1.5. So not this light up, but at the next light.
Okay, so could we do not this light up, but the next one, just so our forces?
Dask will take tower.
Okay.
For better future.
Do you guys
Who hope?
shake on it? Like, I don't know how you guys reach bargain.
Dojo must tell you something. Tower. In the river. South tower. Zoja gave information to traitors. Through marsh. Zoja told river good way to get to Thixia. Told tide. Told of tower. You may run into these traitors. Do not do them harm. Zoja warns you.
Very well.
As they raise their hand to the air. Take their hand into the skull on the left. Pull out some fish. fishes. It's like black salt cured inside of the skull, a little mealy looking. Begin to take it apart, pulling a bone out of the spine and all one piece. You're going to take it and put it into the fire as it begins to burn, changing in vibrant colors. You're going to take the meat, slurp it down. And they push the smoke in your general direction. Push it in your direction. They sit themselves back down. Lower their head, bobbing up and down. They just stare at all of you.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that negotiations. Until then, best of luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
Lower their head again. And they slowly begin to pull themselves up and make way for their bed. They wobble, hold, pulling themselves into the ground. This folk holding the torch turns as you board the boat to your pip. Rend of Dusk. Out. Points in the right direction you came.
Very well.
And raises themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
Points in the direction of the other way, one of the streams. Or Kulizar.
I think we just leave.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If they're also cursed, then that's just a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They out. Lower their head. Begin to click over to the other lizard folk. Begin to help you move the boats off. Begin to row them back into the direction that you came. So we have found that the marshes and veiling have not been kind to the lizard folk. We have uncovered that they have had to do things that they didn't want to do for the people to survive against the undead. Even one of the tribes offering their own to become undead to preserve the whole. A tribe falling in a feud that span treaty. The Thixians to take over the Three Lakes. Perhaps creating a road they intended through the lakes. Ferry through the lakes. Who knows? It's lost of time at this point. Something of note, they talked about giving information to traders and paths to get in to the marshes. Not just into the marshes, but particularly Ixia. telling them of places that they needed to go through the marsh, most likely be able to travel without reaching hostilities, problem, safety, quickness, being faster. They said city to the south. The city they're mentioning is Latham. That is where they met with these traders. And that is what they were told to do for Grugash. That was all. All right. Well, bitterness in our mouths, I suppose. The job has been done. Information may or may not be relayed, and that could help you all out with an attack against Thixia. The dragon will be heading in a different direction rather than the forces that press against the wall in aid for you to make an amphibious assault on the western side of the citadel. Don't know if it'll be at the expense of the Dask. Fingers crossed.
Here's hoping.
So as you reach Seagate with the lizard folk, in the solitude of your own thoughts, some of you may be realizing this was a complete and total waste of time, and that we should have just made an agreement of falsity, or falsehood, I should say, right off the bat. The allies of Grugash. Others trying to find and pry more information out of them. There's one person in this party, Faith, if you were picking up on anything, you might be getting some notes of stuff that might aid you more than it has in the rest of your adventure through the marsh so far. So even if it was a waste for some of you, not all of you perhaps, just understanding a bigger picture is best. Grand scheme of things. You reach that sea gate. Lizard folk, the same one you spoke to, still there holding their torch. Look towards all of you. Chieftain Zosha, how did it go?
About as we expected, so good.
Yeah. Where people are agreeable.
Good. Trespassers no longer. Deal with chieftain. Gate opens. Welcome.
May the rest of your days be bathed in sunlight.
By my 17 offspring. Thanks to you.
Interesting.
Depressing.
And you leave.
Tally ho.
Getting on the bats again and headed for where?
I mean, it sounds like I need to be making a call to the Salinar like ASAP if they need to get across the bridge in
Yeah.
1.5 cycles. Or get across the river in 1.5 cycles.
Yeah, I'd call them and tell them to get going and then maybe go back to the Rangers.
Yep.
So that
Yeah.
we can fill
Yep.
them in.
Oh, and the Rangers are going to kind of lead the assault, right? So, like,
Presumably.
as far as information wise, like our general. Well, it makes the most sense to strategize with them before we.
Okay.
We also got to
So-
warn them that we did tell that the west is about to be attacked, the tower. So if they do believe that, maybe stay clear of that tower.
Got some good
Our
notes
plan
here.
should be to go from the north.
Wait, we sent him to the West Tower?
No, we sent the lizard folk to the south tower. Is what we said. Just said.
No, we said we're going to the
Um,
south. the east tower is where we want the lizard folks to attack,
Yep.
Okay,
and the
yeah. So the
rangers
dragons
are
should-
attacking the. They're
Okay,
attacking
sorry,
the.
I
Why
misheard
is-
it then. Because they said the
It's super late. It's super late. Totally understandable. Okay. We're going to end it here. So go ahead and we'll end it with trying to understand this grand scheme we've cooked up here. The Dask have agreed to attack the eastern tower, which is Irasashra. That is east of Crepple Lake. Their attack most likely is just going to be occupying and causing a stir, getting into the tower, facing what lies perhaps in the tower. They have strong warriors, but yeah. Now, the south tower, Sorsatra, is what you told the chief Zoja that you were going to attack in your multi-pronged. You did not tell who was going to attack the Warsatra, which is the western tower. Nor are you going to send someone to the northern tower, even though you've been there, right? But here nor there. So what you're expecting from this is if the chief Zoja is cursed in the way you think, that information that they are receiving is also going to be received by others that you now intend that dragon is going to fly in a cycle and a half, and they're going to go to that southern tower. They're going to try to
we
intercept.
presume
yes.
if the information got relayed, they'll go south. If it didn't, they'll probably go east because the lizards are smacking the tower.
Yep. And if the information's not exactly that, that's exactly what the point is trying to make, is that if you're going to do anything and you're going to sacrifice them, and you got to make a decision here. And so that's exactly correct, Kanan. You can imagine that if information is not being relayed from the chief, and then all of a sudden lizard folk start smacking the tower and attacking it, that is as close by to Thixia than the other three, perhaps. Or it's just in realm of noise and commotion that is detected that the dragon is going to go to. So we have two potential that the dragon could be emerging itself and then moving towards those towers in response to your efforts here. As far as the attack goes on the Citadel, you aim to distract the Horde and move them in the direction of the actual wall that is still intact, which is on the opposite side of where the river is. Your goal is to have the Salinar Enclave, who's commanded by Sylvana, take the northern side, and the Ivrai Rangers to take the southern side, to employ an attack against the undead that are on the walls and start trying to poke the Horde in getting them to attack them and pulling them out of the Citadel, so that you don't have to go through as many, or if at all, as you land your canoes and your boats or fly, right, from the river directly to the tower that lies at the heart of the Citadel. That is what I've understood, correct?
Yep.
So elaborate. Man. What were we hoping to gain from the lizard folk anyways? You already had the Salinar and the Ivrai.
Well, it was more forces. I thought the whole point was we needed more bodies because the Salinar were concerned about their body count.
I'm more
They said-
concerned about the ranger body count. If three
Yeah,
of
the
them is a lot at this
the
point.
Rangers, the Rangers are what I would be concerned with. I guess the lizard folk that way, but I get that. I see Siki. Yeah, if you want to help the
Yeah.
Rangers out and get them some reinforcements from the lizard folk. I get
Yeah,
it.
my thought was the bullywugs are too stupid to follow anything more than go here, kill that, and they'll go home. And the Salinar were like, we're not going to throw bodies at this
Yeah,
problem until you have
I
a
agree.
plan. So,
Yeah, makes sense. Just unfortunate what you found out.
Yep.
The
Just
only
didn't work
gain
for
we
you.
had was to keep the dragon off of our other allies. Really, that's the only thing we could hope to do with anybody else.
I mean,
Exactly.
if they were actually willing to fight and we knew they weren't being cursed, then maybe we could have, done something else with them.
right.
They weren't.
Could have also just taken the cursed item and seen
I-
if it was a similar curse to the
You
tower.
could
Yeah,
try to
Throwing them
remove
back.
the
I mean,
curse.
if we just
Yeah.
if we just
I already
wanted
have
to
one.
summon the dragon, we can already do that. Yeah.
hmm
Yeah. Well, casualties, this has been going on for a long, long, long time. And as much as players, as your characters want to help everybody, you just simply can't. There's not a way for that. And I think some of you, probably on more of the side that's saying, That's totally fine with me. Some of you might have some problems with it, but at the end, you have a quest, you got a mission, you got a plan. All right? We can go and calculate some experience points for you. If you have any questions on any of the material thus far, you can always ask as I calculate that. You're free to role play amongst yourselves. But what I'm going to say is that this role play will probably be unflight, heading in the direction back to the Ivrai. And when we come back for our next session, we're simply going to get started with what you all intend to do. So we are going to literally start with you all attacking your assault here on the Citadel.
You know, if I want to make the plan more complicated, just because we're killing time, we could have someone with the gem go to the South Tower somewhere and actually call the dragon that way.
Do not do that. That is, we don't need any more moving parts in this plan.
Can the dragon see invisibility?
Probably.
If you have,
He can probably smell you.
Yeah.
also, if you open the link to the stone and it knows exactly where you are, does it need to see you? It's just gonna barf on you, and you're dead.
Well, he'll know that we're there, but then you immediately close it, then you go into hiding and running.
Problem is,
Yeah.
it would take us longer to get back from the tower to where we're attacking than the dragon.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we
Yeah,
set-
it's like one guy would just have to sit out the fight.
I would just be sitting down there hoping the dragon doesn't eat me.
I want to send you. You're too strong.
I'm the one with the stone, though.
True.
Who would you set out, Pip? Who do you think is the weakest member of our party? Because now I
I
want to
would
know.
go. I would be the one to go because I think I'm the one that can get out the quickest. I'm the fastest of getting out with teleportations and polymorph and all that. I can
All I
summon and
heard is
get
you're
the
afraid
fuck
to
out.
siege this tower with us.
I'm brave enough to kill a dragon for the fourth
Brave
time.
Sir Robin bravely ran away.
There's no such thing.
I'm just kind of bummed, man. These lizard folk just want what's right. It's like the dragon literally had a gun to his head and said, "You're helping me now," and they had no choice other than if we don't make a deal, it's going to be them. It's like the boat scene in The Dark Knight Rises, where it's all the normal people on one boat and all the prisoners on the other, and they both have the detonators for each other's boats. It makes me
yeah.
think of that.
They detonated the thing, though.
But I feel less sorry for them because we just straight up offered them away, like, hey, help us with this. And they were like, well, you know what? We've been looking for land and trade, so why don't you just do this for us, too? Like,
But to be fair, they don't know us, and not many people do take on dragons.
I mean,
so.
even if they don't know, like, you're talking about a life of servitude with a dragon for generations and generations, maybe, versus maybe this group is the real deal.
Or we're
Okay,
high
but
on
yeah,
crack, die.
If you've seen this dragon take 0 damage from any attack in the last however many years, and suddenly this group shows up, it's like, yeah, we're gonna kill it.
Yeah, when was the
You'd
last time a
probably
group
not
showed up
trust
like
them.
that? Oh.
I mean, dude, you still wouldn't trust them. You've seen this dragon be invincible.
You
You'd at
trust
least
the
make
dragon
popcorn.
more? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. I was kind of over it at the genocide part. It was just like, yeah, fuck these guys. I don't care.
Yeah, this is a very important note. If if this material is like kind of it's if it's difficult, you're having a hard time, you can always take your headphones off, turn your camera off, or whatever. But most of the time, what I try to do is I operate in the gray a lot. So you're gonna see exactly what Faith just said is like, or and you said, Adam, is like these are like, even though they're put to the task, they're basically threatened in order to do this. It doesn't take away from the fact that they still themselves are willing to commit evil acts. And so you're kind of like basing almost like the scale of morality, right? Of being like, oh, well, like, oh man, they're doing what's best for their people. But by doing that, they also committed these atrocities against other lizard folk that they were supposed to be surviving with, right? Kind of in a way against all the undead. And all you can do is stick to your guns, right? Stick to your own character's morality, ethics, and just really role play through them. and come to those decisions, and you'll find that that is the easiest way to be kind of almost like satisfied with yourself sometimes with this stuff.
Boy, I can't wait for Ismar.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Ismar's easy.
Mm.
Just kill everything in
Just
Ismar.
kill it. That's one way.
Whoa. What level? What level are you guys?
10.
10?
We're
How
not
much do you
even
need?
close.
How much do you need to 11?
Like 7,000 ish, 7,700 or so.
Yeah, 7 and change.
I like it. I like how you're all playing this right now. I tell you what. All right. So for today's session, 1,539 experience each, but you had 78,883 experience total. When I was saying you're playing this, I was adding up numbers in my head, and I was thinking of how much experience you'd have with the tower attack and the siege, and I'm wondering if you're playing like the way you're playing this is almost to have the next level up for the dragon fight, which I think is
Oh,
Oh, if we hit level 11 before the dragon fight, Grugash is cooked.
yeah. I was gonna say you're almost on track for that right now. The way you're hitting everything else, and then you're kind of like coming back to a higher level. I like it.
Okay, so that's the real
Sponge.
reason we went to the freaking lizard folk.
I was
We
gonna
needed
say-
farm. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you would have. I mean, you could have killed him too. Maybe you got more experience.
Hey,
Oh, I
hey,
was like
Nah.
that close. As soon as they were like, "Oh yeah, we're allied with Grugash," and I'm cursed, I was like, "Yeah, you may as well just die now because like
Hold
you're
on,
gonna die in
okay.
this no matter what."
If
Gotta have
if,
some sympathy, though. I mean,
if let's take a vote here. If Donlin attacked the chiefs though after saying the alliance with Grugash, if Donlin just straight up attacked them, who would join them?
Pip
I
would.
mean, yeah, if we're fighting, we're fighting.
I
at
would
that
have.
point. Like, it's-
yeah. To be fair, yeah. I mean, I assume they're gonna fucking execute any smooth skin in there. But so fighting out of there, yes. Helping him murk the king, probably not.
I would have followed Donlin on his rampage as long as he was going because he's like, I don't know.
Honestly,
Just Jack's-
Kanan probably would have helped kill the leader and then be like, okay, we're in charge now. You guys go attack the city.
Yeah, see, I would have been okay with that because the rest of them aren't cursed. But him being like, "Oh yeah, I made a deal with Grugash and I'm cursed," like,
Would've
nah,
been- It would have
man.
been C-3PO and the Ewoks all over again.
Ewoks,
I'm just on the page. Like, I get the gun was held to your head to make a deal with Grugash. All right, that's great. But the deal you made was to totally kill off another tribe.
Mm.
Like, that just shows me that was just a matter of convenience for you to
Like,
get what you
You would
wanted.
have done that eventually anyway.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, exactly. So you know what? At that point, I got zero sympathy for him.
Yeah. And then on
Zero.
top of that, they still just they don't have the drive to cancel this deal without getting something out of it.
Right.
Because at the
right.
moment, it's not costing them anything really.
Well, I
They
mean,
all seem
if they
too
cancel the deal, they're
stupid.
canceling their life subscription.
Right, but I mean,
Yeah, but
it's
they
like-
don't
it's
know
like-
that, right?
Yeah, I
They
feel like
have
they're
no
just not
idea.
smart enough to realize that their days are numbered at this point because he
Yeah.
got what he wanted.
Yeah.
And he
maybe.
The other
didn't kill
thing
most
is-
of those other people anyway.
They could have always just left. Like,
Yes.
But they don't want it because they want guaranteed land
Like
from us.
land.
Hey,
And we lost for Can.
oh, did he
Rip
post in the
didn't
group
take
chat?
Rip.
Yeah, he got to go.
We'll give him some good luck. There
Might
you
have
go.
been a spider.
Bye, buddy. Hope you buy
Not a bad
today.
spider.
But yeah, no, I behaved. I let the role play out. I didn't just attack like Donlin probably would have.
Yeah, I
You could have
almost
tried
stole
to
the,
persuade them to leave.
I almost
then
stole the
they
cursed
would've let
knife
you
on the
go.
way out. or
Oh
the
my
dagger,
god,
rather.
you should have took it. That would have been hilarious. It would have been a perfect
I was
fucking ISR about you. Jax,
when
what's wrong?
So as everybody was starting to leave and Pip got to the boat, I thought to myself, dude, the guy's probably passed out in his bed. I was going to ask you, can I tell if he's asleep? And that's when I said, "No, I'm not going to do it." And I went ahead and went to the boat.
You
So
don't even want to know what kind of treasures in that chest would have.
don't
You
can't
don't
beat
even.
me going
Can't
back.
do that to me.
Did you hear what he was saying? He was like, "How much does it cost?" Like he has the coin
He
to
has
pay
the
for the
coin.
land.
That man's fucking loaded.
I know. There might be an opportunity for me to go back later where they're not there. Now that we get them killed by the dragon, I mean, I might just thin the herd a little bit.
I mean, King Muckluck was fucking loaded. What are these
That's
guys?
true.
He
got?
was.
So you didn't
Buck
steal
was
from
loaded.
him, and I'm
I didn't
kind
even
of
know he
impressed.
was loaded.
Yep. But these guys know, and so they can
Yeah,
collect more
yeah.
because they know the value of what they're collecting.
Man, I really wish somebody would be on the side of Muckluck. You guys were so close. You were so close to getting him to attack the Citadel. I was like, oh my gosh, finally, a group loves the Muckluck. And
I mean, we might be able to send him a message and get him to join. I mean, he didn't seem like he was too far against us.
I think we've got enough, and it's going to take a lot to convince him.
Oh, I agree. We have enough. It would just be fun to do.
The issue is that they can only attack from the west because we're not going to be able to give them like an intricate plan.
They can only attack from the water.
So
Yeah.
They would have to attack from the same side that we're going in, which fucks everything.
But did you see King Buck when he moved the water? Could you imagine the power? Oh, you literally just said Percy Jackson.
Yeah.
That being whipped up in world fucking winds from the water tornadoes. The spouts.
Donald's got a pretty good rep with them. I could go talk him into it. We could attack from the east.
You don't even know if Muck has that power outside of his little cave.
No, but they have hundreds of frogs. I don't care if he has that power.
Can even King Buck get out of there?
No, he can stay. I don't need him. I need his hundreds of frogs.
Hundreds, thousands. There's thousands of them.
See, now you're just making my point for me. We have them attack from the west, get the north and the south, and we just walk in from the east.
I hate to say it, but at some point it does become a numbers and how many people can we have out there distracting for us and taking the damage rather than us. So, but that's Jack's opinion. I mean, it's survival of the fittest, right?
Survival
So-
of the fittest. I think you got a great plan.
Created equal under the light of Pelor, and you should use them for whatever value they may have.
Oh man.
This is the fucking. Oh my god! Don't even. I'm not gonna make that comparison. We already talked about colonial natives. I just can't. I can't go further with it anymore. All right. Well, if you watched the stream, thanks so much. I've had it live, just the talking and stuff like that. Thanks so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Check out the group next week, Fridays at 5 p.m. PST. And then also, we've got 2 other groups playing tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. PST. Thanks so much for watching, and bye.
Bye.
Bye.